Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Okay, sorry for the delay, folks. They're having a little problem with the live streaming. I think they've got it corrected, and we will continue. As I was stating, a member of any board or any other body exercising quasi-judicial function shall not participate in or vote on quasi-judicial matters in a manner that would violate affected person's constitutional rights or impartial decision-making. Impermissible conflicts, violations of due process include, but are not limited to, the member having a fixed opinion prior to the hearing, the matter that is not susceptible to change, undisclosed ex parte communication, or a close familiar business or other association or relationship with an affected person or financial interest in the outcome of this matter. Do I have any board member at this time that needs to recuse themselves? If so? If not, we will continue. As I stated, the Davie County Board of Adjustments is a quasi-judicial board that receives only sworn testimony. The Davie County Board of Adjustments only hears sworn testimony, and each speaker will come to the microphone and be sworn in giving your name and address, which we have up front, so you will be called, and as your name is called, you will come up and be sworn in. And sworn testimony is all we hear. There will be respect given from the board and all in attendance. There will be no clapping, yelling, booing. Anyone not following these procedures will be removed from this auditorium. No exceptions, zero tolerance. We intend to treat everyone fairly and justly. This is a very important meeting, and we will not have distractions. We want all voices heard, but you will not be allowed to testify the same thing over and over again that has already been stated. You may come and let us know that you are in agreement with previous testimony, but you will not be allowed to state the same facts over again. Only attorneys will be allowed to cross-examine anyone. At this time, our attorney, Mr. Dan Womble, has a few things he'd like to clarify.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'd like to do is just kind of walk most of you that have never been in a meeting like this or have not had any experience in dealing with a quasi-judicial type hearing, walk you through the process so you can understand what the responsibility of this board is and what the responsibilities of the folks who are going to be testifying tonight may be. As Mr. Webb has already indicated to you, this is a quasi-judicial type of hearing, which means that the Board of Adjustment is serving both as the jury, in other words, determining what the facts are, and also the judge. You know, after tonight and all the evidence is heard, you know, the board may choose to take a recess and reconvene at a later date to actually have their discussion. There is no discussion amongst the board about the evidence as it is presented. That is reserved for after all the evidence has been presented by both the petitioners and also any opponents that may be here tonight. As Mr. Webb has already said, you know, what our intention is tonight is to allow everyone who wants to speak. But I would encourage you, if what you want to say has already been said, you don't have to say it again. Individual type of testimony tonight will be limited to 3 minutes per person. The attorneys who have presentations will be allowed to present their evidence that they choose to present, and each attorney that's here tonight that is either for the petitioner or the opponents will have an opportunity to cross-examine, which means ask questions of any witness who presents any testimony that the board hears tonight. One of the things that's important for those of you that may be speaking tonight is to remember that this board can only consider competent evidence that's relevant to what the hearing is about. In other words, hearsay testimony is not going to be allowed. If your next door neighbor told you something and you want to tell the board what your neighbor told you, that's not admissible evidence. That is considered hearsay. If you want to offer an opinion about property values or how that may impact the value of the properties in the surrounding community, that is not allowed unless you are qualified as an expert witness. So just keep in mind that there is a lot of evidence that you, or things that you may want to say tonight, and you may say them, but you have to understand that if you say them and you are not a competent witness or it is not relevant testimony, this board is under an obligation basically to ignore what you're saying because they are not to consider that type of evidence. Mr. Webb's already indicated that each person that speaks tonight will require to be sworn. In other words, take an oath that what you are saying and what you're presenting to the board is true. Opinion evidence, I've already mentioned that opinion evidence and things, anyone is entitled to offer their opinion about how they feel about what the board is hearing tonight. But again, please limit your opinions to things that are relevant to what the purpose of the hearing is. The purpose of this hearing is for this board to determine what is in the best interest of the community of Davie County and what is in compliance with the ordinance that governs the type of use that the petitioner is requesting. One of the other things that is important for you to remember that if you present any type of exhibit, pictures, letters, anything of that nature, if you present that, this board is going to make that part of the public record, which means we're going to keep it. So if you present it, we're going to keep it. Don't ask for it back. You may be able to get a copy of it later, but we will be required to keep it because it will become part of the record of this hearing. You know, after this hearing is completed tonight, I've already mentioned that there may be a delay before the board actually has an opportunity to discuss it amongst themselves because we are anticipating this may be a lengthy hearing tonight. And so do not be alarmed when you leave here tonight and a decision has not been made. I, along with Mr. Webb and the rest of the board, ask you to be respectful in the way you present your evidence. We ask you to respect the board. We ask you to respect each other. If I, at any time, happen to pipe up and ask you to do something different than what you're doing, I promise you, please don't take it personal. I'm just trying to do my job and assist the board in hearing evidence that they are supposed to hear, that they're supposed to consider, that's relevant and competent. Mr. Chairman, it's up to you.
I heard a phone go off earlier. Please silence your phones for everyone's benefit. Thank you. At this time, we will open the public hearing. Mr. Meadwell, will you come forward and be sworn in, please? Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. On the information you're about to give, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Present the case, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you tonight, you have special use request 2020-01. This is a request by Recoil Management Academy, LLC, care of Kirk and Christina Peavy, to apply for a special use permit application for an outdoor shooting range. The subject piece of property is listed as 1548 Sheffield Road. The property encompasses 138 acres at the intersection of Sheffield Road and Duke Whitaker Road in western Davie County. However, as you'll see in your packages and in the site plan, that the actual special use request is actually on 40 acres of that piece of property. The Davie County zoning ordinance in section 155.125 allows such a use with the issuance of a special use permit granted by the Board of Adjustment. The Davie County zoning ordinance defines a shooting range as the use of land for archery and for the discharging of firearms for the purpose of target practice and or temporary competitions. Along with the application, the applicant has submitted a project overview statement, a boundary description, a copy of the deed, an approved DEQ permit, a sound study, a topography map, a site plan, a grading plan, letters of intent, information on bullet traps, lead reclamation, and metal recycling. Those are all included in your agenda packages, sir. Also in your package, you'll see a zoning map of the property. As you can see from the zoning map, the property is split zoned. There's an R20 section of the property that runs along Sheffield Road. That's typically about a 500-foot distance there off of the road right away, but however, the remaining portion of the property is zoned residential agricultural. Also in your package, you'll see a map identifying, showing what the future land use of the area is from the Davie County Comprehensive Plan. That is listed as rural residential. And also a map of the growth enhancement strategy map, which identifies the area as a rural growth area. As a special use request by the Board of Adjustment, the board has the ability to place reasonable conditions on the use. These are things that could easily be expected impacts to the adjacent properties or by the use itself. The board, in making a determination of whether a special use permit may be granted, there are 5 findings that the board has to come to. One, that the special use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as proposed. That the special use permits meets all conditions and specifications. That the special use permit will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or that the use is a public necessity, and that the special use will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and will be in general conformity with the plan of development of the county, and that the proposed use project will be consistent with the Davie County Land Development Plan and other adopted plans and policies for the area. With this type of application, staff and the county have received numerous emails, letters, calls in regards to this, which is to be expected. All of these are considered public record, and by North Carolina public records law, those are all that can be made available if requested. So, but I'll be more than glad to answer any question that the board may have for me at this time in regards to the application. So.
I have one question. On page 27 of our packet, it says roughly 40 to 50 acres. Is it an exact 40-acre request, or is it more or less 40 or 50?
40 acres is mine.
It is 40.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Meadwell? At this time, we will ask that the petitioners, attorneys for the petitioners, come up and present their case.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for making the significant accommodations that you have.
And even though, do I need to swear him in since he's an
It's up to
attorney?
you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, why don't you swear?
I think I will, if you don't mind, sir. Do you place your left hand on the Bible? The information you're about to give, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can lay that on the stage if you'd like.
I think that would probably be a little easier. Good evening. My name is Michael Boyer. I, along with my colleague here, Cameron Rotifer, are attorneys for the petitioner Recoil Management Academy and Kirk and Christina Peavy. They are indeed the owners of 1548 Sheffield Road. There's also a second address that the residential portion of their property, 1552 Sheffield Road. It's a bit of an island. You could probably see on your map. That residential portion, just for clarification, is not in any way part of this special use request. I want to get started by simply reading the mission statement as contained in Recoil Management Academy's bylaws. Mr. Meadwell, I'm not sure if...
We have a audio problem. There we go. Thank you, John.
I don't know if the packet that you have in front of you contained an existing set of the bylaws. If not, we will introduce one as a matter of an exhibit. You'll have that to review. I believe that's me. Yeah. Recoil Management Academy will provide a safe, clean, comfortable, and professionally operated firearms safety and marksmanship training facility for people of all skill levels to enjoy. Our goal is for everyone to safely enjoy shooting sports be capable of defending oneself, and enjoy their Second Amendment rights. Mr. Meadwell took a moment to explain the legal standard that we must abide in making our case to this board. I want to restate that affirmatively, and we'll take it from there. Recoil Management Academy's proposed use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. It meets all the required conditions and specifications of the Davie County ordinance. It will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. It will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located, and it will be consistent with the Davie County Land Development Plan, as well as other county adopted policies. We have a brief set of a site plan here, but that is part of your packet. The first element here is obviously health and safety. This is a bit of a larger category among the elements that we have to show, and our preference here was to break that down into 3 isolated subparts so that we could actually show that we will not be materially endangering the public health or safety. The first component of that is the environment, and the byline there is integrity of the soil and groundwater. So we recognize that most of the Sheffield Road corridor relies on well water and septic systems rather than public water and sewer. Because of this, we have an elevated concern, number 1, for an understanding of the foundational nature of the property, specifically the soil, and then preserving the integrity of the soil and groundwater for that reason. So at this time, I'm going to introduce our first key witness, Mr. Andrew True. And while he's making his way here, I will give a bit of a background before he's sworn in. Mr. Andrew True has vast experience with EPA guidelines, and he is going to assess our raw assessment of the subject property in terms of soil and explain why that is significant in relation to the proposed operations. I also have for Exhibit 2 items. The first is a completed soil report that he will give context to. Myself, not competent to make heads or tails of some of that data, but he's there to lead you through that. And he's also going to speak directly to a forthcoming stewardship program that Recoil Management plans to implement on day 1.
Mr. True, I'll need to swear you in, sir. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell that the information you're about to give on this matter, that you do swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I wanted to come today to speak in regards to the health and safety, environmental side of our business. Do we have a slide for the soil sample? We've established an environmental stewardship plan for the management of lead bullets at our facility. That plan is in cohesion with the EPA's lead management references on outdoor shooting ranges. So we've taken the EPA's standards and their best practices and implement them, or plan to implement them as our best practices as well. This goes back into early March of this year, where we extracted a control sample of our soil at our facility so that we have some measurable quantities to go against in the future. So we have pulled a soil sample illustrating. Do we have a soil sample? Okay. We have a soil sample that was delivered to a Statesville Analytical that's come back at a trace amounts of lead currently, which is what we expect because there's been no construction or anything, fired from a range standpoint at the facility. What our plan is to have a stewardship program that's consistent with what EPA's directed and what they put into place. Our soil sample came back at 25 1,000ths parts per million of lead, which is trace amounts. Lead typically is hazardous in ground soil, reclamation in ground soil at 5 parts per million. So we're about 200% away from where that is. So our plan moving forward will be to take soil samples monthly. Those soil samples will be the same place. We'll continue to move those to Statesville Analytical for those soil samples, which we'll put on our website for the community to see those soil samples. The soil samples will allow us to understand what's going on with the soil. If there's any spikes in lead, if there's any changes in soil activity, we'll be able to mitigate those risks at that time. Secondly, our plan is to do pH soil testing at our facility every quarter as well. And what the pH does, the pH at the facility currently is between 7 and 7.8 in that area. Typically, pH of soil below a 7 or below a 7, getting in closer to 6.5 or lower, or above an 8, 8.5 or higher, that soil becomes very alkaline or very acidic, and at that point, it's going to break down any lead at the facility quicker and make it migrate easier into ground soil, those kind of things. So our goal is to keep that soil levels at that 7%, at that 7 pH. And the way we'll do that is by adding, if it's a high pH, we'll add limestone. If it's a low pH, we'll add sulfur or some aluminum sulfate in our range area, specifically targeting our skeet shooting area. The balance of our facility, somebody else will speak to in regards to the containment of lead in that facility. Specifically speaking of our the skeet range, which will be a vegetative area, grassy, flat, very flat, so there's not much runoff. It's very vegetative in the fact that it'll help with filtering of any heavy solids, and obviously the runoff is, again, something we'll talk about down the road. Our fall area is minimal. We've contained that fall area so we know where the proximity of the lead will hit, and then again, we'll continue to do monthly pH samples to confirm that our pH levels are where they need to be. Our goal at the end of all of this, based on what you see there, the EPA's best practices are up on the board. The EPA has identified some items that they believe are the best practices, which we've implemented as well, or plan to implement, which is step number 1 is control and contain the bullets. In our case, the bullet containment is done through a couple different things: reducing the shot fall in the skeet ranges, as well as the rubber granule traps that we'll have at all of our firing ranges. Secondly, our goal is to prevent migration of the lead in the facility. So again, like we just talked about, we're going to monitor and adjust the pH in the area. We'll mobilize lead. We're controlling runoff by our DEQ standards. Our vegetation in that area will help with that as well. Step 3 will be removing and recycling. We have a program set up through Action Target, which will be coming in to handle our recycling, working with a reclaimer to remove all the lead from our facility and manage it through recycling. Step 4 is really just documents and activities that we can't really address until we open the facility, should we get approval. At the end of all of this, our goal is to receive a certificate of recognition from the EPA. We want to be one of the few ranges in the country that have that certification. We started this very early. It's a program that, you can go back and look at all the way back to our DEQ application, where our plan is to, maintain the highest levels of environmental care and stewardship. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, if the board has any questions, they can ask, and I think it would be appropriate for counsel for the opponents to cross-examine as we go through each of these witnesses.
You want to do that as we go through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just stated that you were going to test each quarter, and then later you stated you were going to do it once a month. Now, which is it?
So our pH testing is going to be performed monthly because it's easier for us to maintain those levels should we see those spikes. The quarterly analysis on our T-clip samples, which is our soil sample for total lead, that'll be something we'll do quarterly.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Would the opposing attorney have anything to cross-examine at this time?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Ask questions. Is he saying we
yeah.
ask questions at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Step 1 and Step 2 looks to be fairly easy and relatively inexpensive. My looking at it, Section 3.3 would be when the major cost would be involved, and that could be years down the road. Do you have a plan in the event that the company's no longer in operation? Are you bonding? Do you propose to bond this project so if the county had to do that cleanup on their own without at a later time?
I would have our attorney answer that question.
If I may, I think the best person to forward that question to is going to be the owner and proprietor of Recoil Management Academy, Mr. Kirk Davie. I wasn't going to introduce him and swear him in until a little later, but I'm happy to do it now.
I'll leave it up to Chairman.
We'll wait for that.
Okay. Just remove.
How's that? Everyone hear me okay? The other question I had, how often on step 3, is there a program in place, a schedule for hand raking, screening, vacuuming, soil washing? Is that going to be on a schedule?
Sure, so that, we can't determine that until we determine the amount of shooters at the range. So based on how many people come to the range, how many rounds are fired, that'll be how we base our opinion on when those services are completed. So it obviously makes sense for us, obviously, as a business. From a recycling standpoint, our goal is, it's a revenue stream for us as well. So it makes the most sense for us to certainly recycle as well from a business standpoint, but from an environmental standpoint as well. It makes a lot of sense for us to, once we get open, determine what those shooting numbers look like, then we'll determine, how often that process will happen.
I don't think I've ever been to a shooting range, but you're going to, as I understand what you said, you're going to shoot these rifles into a target, and they're going to fall into water. Is that correct?
We're going to shoot them into a rubber granule trap that's got
Okay.
steel and concrete backing, and then a company, Action Targets, will come to our facility. When we contact them, they'll remove all of that rubber from our traps, and they'll flush it through a water bath. The rubber will float, the lead will sink. They'll pump the granules back onto our property, or pump the rubber back onto the traps, and they'll obviously reclaim the lead at that point. It's a very lengthy process and not very cheap. As you mentioned, the first two look inexpensive. It's one of the bigger parts of our project.
Exactly.
Okay. So you got mounds of rubber instead of
Massive rounds
Instead of dirt.
Yes, sir. Massive rounds, yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that cleaning process being done on site, or does it go somewhere else, clean and bring it? bring the
It
rubber
all
back?
happens on site in big vac trucks, big vac tankers and trucks. And they have filters, and obviously they're set up for that. Action Target is the company who'll handle that.
Okay. Anyone else have a question from Mr. True?
I've got another one on the soil sampling. Will you be sampling monthly for the duration that the academy is open, or is it just till you get it up and going?
Yeah, it's indefinite. I mean, our goal is environmental stewardship. I mean, it's from the day one, our goal is environmental stewardship. So, to say that we're going to do it just for a short amount of time doesn't help our long-term plan, which is, protecting the environment. So it'll be regular and on schedule, and it'll be delivered to anybody who wants to see it. We're going to put that on our website so anybody can see those soil samples. You can refer to the previous months, see any issues, look at them, ask questions, those kind of things. So it'll be a public record.
Maybe I didn't ask my question completely, but will you be soil sampling the entire time that the recoil facility is open? So if it's open for 10 years, are you going to be soil sampling
Yes, sir.
every month for
Yes, sir.
all 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's it's a lengthy expense for us also. There's expense to doing that, but it's obviously part of our end goal. Our end goal is to get that certification from the EPA, and based on their recommendations, this is some of the process that we have to go through to do it, and that's what we want to do.
Anyone else? Any more, Ed? Mr. Liggins? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the second subpart of health and safety is community. Industry standard best practices dictate that outdoor shooting ranges should be designed, one, to prevent injury, obviously, to personnel, and two, to prevent property damage outside the range from misdirected or accidental firing and or ricochets. At this time, I'm going to introduce a second expert witness that is going to speak directly to this issue. His name is Mr. Harris Gupton. He is a professional engineer. A little bit of background as he makes his way to the stage. He's a professional land surveyor as well. He holds an unlimited general contractor's license and is a best management practices inspector. He's been at it for more than 55 years, and he is a literal know-it-all on the topic of facilities design. Mr. Gupton is going to speak specifically to four things. Number one is the resources that he referenced in designing the site plan, site plan that you have before you is his handiwork. The second thing is he's going to talk about the role of the berms and their characteristics in protecting the community. He's also going to talk about the role of the proposed site's natural topography and slope and how Recoil is going to take advantage of that in designing its facilities. And then he's also going to talk about his general regard for the integrity of this project as proposed and as planned. So without any further ado.
Mr. Gupton, if you would please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information in this matter you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I am, like you said, I'm a professional engineer, civil engineer, aquatic engineer, and several other facets of the engineering profession for over 50 years. I'm also a licensed general contractor of all trades on there, and I have a BMP, which is a best management practice license to inspect sites for any kind of contamination of things that happen to our environment. So we have designed some of everything from one house to multi-apartments to high-story buildings and whatever. So our experience goes on. And I have a staff that's been with me years and years and years, and we have just developed. And what we work on is anything that we do, and we were requested to help them with the layout of this facility. And we actually did a boundary survey of the whole tract. We spot topoed it and then superimposed the aerial topo on top of it to look at where the property actually laid as it existed.
Mr. Gupton,
How about
Yeah,
if I
we're
put
having a
my
hard time
phone
hearing you.
closer to me? How about if I take this mask
There-
down?
That's
That's probably better.
there you go.
That better?
Thank you, sir.
All right. I thought I sounded funny. Okay. Where was I headed?
You took a topo of the entire site.
Topo
Yeah,
of the,
yeah, we started out with, that was the first thing that we did after the group, Mr. Peavy and the group asked us to work with them on the design of this facility. And then we started to placing ranges of different types and stuff in there. And all the, we have done gun ranges before, have different styles, short ones, long rifle, whatever, indoor. And, but we design everything based on the government, let's see, it's the U.S. Department of Energy Office and range design criteria on the thing. It's one of the technical books that is available to just help remind us as we are designing what we need to be including into our design process. And we've moved several different locations. Of course, thank goodness for today's computers, you're not drawing it all by hand. You draw it one time and you rotate it and take some looks at it. But where we ended up putting it, we felt like was the best and most environmentally safe place possibly on this land, or about anywhere else you could find it. Because we found a place that we could put it in that actually, when they're shooting downhill and downhill. And then this range is made where that we also, for sound protection on that, you don't make straight up walls for sound protection. If you've ever been into a sound studio on where they record music and stuff, they actually use cone type things that's on the walls all the way around it. But cones makes noise, and kills it out on the thing. So we use a slope bank that's 2-to-1 slope up to the top and over that, 20-foot high, all the way down both sides of the range, across the end of it, and to anytime that a weapon is fired on the thing, that helps deficiate the sound into a very non-noticeable effect. And but having also that we're going downhill on that, this site here, when we put the back berm in there, that will be this 20-foot high berm on that. The natural land takes a dip. And so if hypothetically you could shoot anything that would go through the berm. And you can't, because the protection that they have designed to go in this thing will stop any type of bullet. Military has proved that. So, but if it did, it would go still into natural ground. It would never leave the site on that. It would stay on the property and will stay contained on that. So it's an excellent facility. It's a good location for it. I think once the people really realize what this facility is like and how nice it is, it's going to be one of the nicest one in a long distance from here than what some of your cities may have for training their own police forces and stuff. But I think that with the utilization of the topography to our benefit, we were able to put it in here in a way that is most environmental efficient. I'm like I say, I'm also an environmental expert on the thing, and we designed this with the environment in rainforest runoff, water runoff. And all the rain water that falls on this site inside of these berms goes down inside and gets on a slope, goes down and goes into a filtration pond that will be filtered based on North Carolina Division of Natural Resources guidelines. And we already actually have a permit from North Carolina Natural Resources on that, saying that the design meets their guidelines, and they have no problem with the design of what we're doing as far as protection of the clean water and it leaving the property clean as it was when it fell to the ground. So the floor of this thing, so there's always some discussion about what is underneath where you're shooting over top of or whatever. This will be just a grass, smooth surface like a golf course. I mean, it will be short grass, smooth, beautiful green, just a natural surface. It's not any wood, metal of anything, any type down on the ground for anything to penetrate or to bounce off of or anything like that. So I think that everything has been done that could be reasonably possible to make this environmentally safe, a very, very environmentally safe facility. And I'll be glad to try to answer any questions you might have.
On the berm situation, tell me again, let me understand, on the sides and the back, are you building 20-foot berms, you say?
But they actually are on a 2-to-1 slope. They're about 30 foot wide at the bottom, and they slope up on like a triangle, and then have like, I can't remember off the top of my head, getting old. It's either 8 or 10 feet flat spot on top, so we can get up there and check, walk around and check them and whatever on there. But they actually are being built out of earth, or have been built on there out of earth from the site when we graded the high spots off and the low spots and made these berms. But they actually shape on a 2-to-1 slope up top, flat across the top, 2-to-1 slope down back to the natural ground on the other side.
Now, where do these sound bags come in? Where are they placed?
Sound bags.
Well, yeah, you said you were going to install sound bags.
I must have misspoke. I don't know. We're not going to use any kind of sound barrier is, I think, maybe what I said. If I said bags, we're not using any kind of sound
You're
bags.
not.
No, I know what I was saying on that. The theory that we base these berms on from sound comes from the thing, what they use in recording studios on that. And the sound barriers they use in the recording studios, they don't want any interference or whatever. And the walls and ceiling and everything is completely coated with these little connular shaped plastic pads that go on the wall all the way around. And when sound hits that, it doesn't penetrate, it doesn't bounce off and come to the floor. It bounces around between those barriers and dies within the system. And that's what actually happens with any noise on this thing. When it hits one of these things, it'll bounce to the other one, and it actually absorbs it into these mounds.
Okay, that's what I needed was clarification. So you're building natural dirt berms around the facility?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Gupton?
Mr. Gupton,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the level of detail and that you and your staff put into this site plan. It's a very important document to what we're doing here, and I just compliment you on how thorough that is. My question for you is, what is the closest distance to an occupied dwelling that a firearm will be discharged, and who owns that dwelling?
honestly
has
can't
that
answer that,
information.
sitting here, I don't know.
What's the closest distance to an occupied dwelling that a firearm will be
To the best
discharged?
of my knowledge, Mr. Peavy's house is the closest occupied dwelling. There may be something.
Other than his house, what's the closest
I'd
dwelling?
say, I honestly don't know on that, looking at, you'd have to look at a map
Yeah,
to see. We did not detect that, but it's nothing within 1,000 feet of the property line that I'm aware of. I might be wrong. I could be one closer, but I'm not aware of it. Well, from where the range is at.
That's an important question for me.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
ask the attorneys if they can clarify that for us.
Topo,
Anything
can I
else
look-
from Mr.
Topo,
Gupton?
Can I look at this?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, if it's not documented,
Is it facilities right here? Well, you really, that's the whole piece of land, that's that, his home. I'd say that you might have a couple of homes,
7 or 8 homes. Let me get back to this one.
Okay, that's speculation. We'll
Yeah,
address
and
that in
probably
another.
that
To be
needs
honest with
to-
you, that's one question that we looked at and didn't see it be a problem, and we did not make record of that into our notes. So I can't give you a specific answer on that.
Okay. Do the opposing attorneys have any questions of Mr. Gupton?
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I approach? Mr. Gupton, my name's Kirk Sanders, and I represent some of the neighbors. Have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
How many shooting ranges have they proposed on the application for this property?
There, I haven't seen the application, but I know how many I designed.
How many did you design?
I designed,
Could you speak into the
Speak-
microphone?
Yeah.
I designed one main shooting range, an enclosed shooting range, and some future on there if they choose to do so, or what is called an indoor shooting range in case there is some military person like the sheriff's office or something that won't need a place to train for going into somebody's house. On there, we've put some spots and something like that could be done, but that is all a self-contained thing in that, and with soundproofing and protective walls, nothing gets out of those.
Mr.
And these
Gupton.
other two ranges we've got, even the one that's under the shelter, that's an enclosed one that on there, has the firearms on it also for the sound protection and for the projectile.
Mr. Gupton, I'm sorry to interrupt, but even though he's asking you questions, you need to speak to
I
us.
need to look at you.
Yeah.
How about if I pull this around here?
That'll be better.
That'll
Thank
work
you,
better
sir.
for both of us.
Mr. Chair, he's talking about some things I haven't seen on their survey. May I present him with a document and ask him to mark it?
Yes, sir. As long as we get a copy of it.
I think, is that the survey dated 6/28? Is that what we're dealing with?
I got it out of the application.
Yeah, I guess it's-
All right. What do you want me to mark? You have one
I got
main-
5/14/19.
No, the big one's a 514.
Mr. Chairman,
This is your
Mr. Chairman, let the
628.
attorney identify his exhibit if you would. Just let him identify what exhibit he's offering.
Bottom right-hand corner should tell you.
May the record reflect it's June 28th, 2019, and it has some markings of mine for measurements, but I'll introduce this once he marks it as an exhibit for this board. So, let me ask you specifically, Mr. Gupton, if you would please, mark where you put a 400-yard plus long range.
Okay, what do you want me to do, put a circle around?
You can put a circle around it, you can put LR, circle it, please.
Huh?
Yes, circle it. Would it help if it went to the projector over there?
If you can put it on the projector, that'll be fine.
Is there a page number for that?
No,
It's this one, Eddie.
I don't have that one, I don't.
It's this document.
Okay.
You seen that?
Is there a page number in the?
No, it didn't have a page number. It was,
This is the one they sent me.
this is the one that you got. Eddie, it was in your original package back
I
in
didn't bring that
November.
packet. Okay.
This,
Oh.
this document dated June 28th of 19.
I didn't go in there.
Am I correct? Amy?
So-
But I didn't get mine until this.
Is the board ready?
It was in the original package.
If you'd mark only the 400-yard range, Mr. Gupton. The long range. What other ranges have you put on this document that you prepared? What other ranges are actually on this sketch?
To the left, the one that I just marked, the one looking at the 10 point.
Please go to the
Mr. Gupton,
podium.
please speak into
Please
the
go
microphone.
to the podium. Go to the
Microphone.
podium.
Yeah.
No, it does
No,
not.
just try.
Okay. Sorry, I can't read. There is a 100-yard enclosed range that's just to the left of the big long range there. It's got, you can see the cross marks on it where the contours go across it.
If you'd mark that with an X, the enclosed range, Mr.
You'd like
Gupton.
me to mark the 100-foot one?
Just make some X's where the enclosed range is.
Make it what?
An X mark where the enclosed
Sir,
range is.
It's marked on our sheet as indoor.
Where are any other ranges on this sketch that you presented?
Yeah, on this map here, there are no other ranges on that that's specifically shown.
I cannot.
have some other
Mr.
places.
Gupton, sir, I can't hear you, sir. And we need to
said
be
there
here.
are.
We're the ones that need to hear you.
I'm sorry on that. There are, those are the two main ranges that we have laid out and graded at this point.
Okay.
Okay, and there are locations that we have pre-diagnosed that possibly, if they so chose to make some expansions or put a building up and stuff like that, we have it where that it's also draining properly from an environmental standpoint.
Where is the skeet range on your sketch? Have you put the skeet range,
The what?
the skeet range? The 5-station skeet range?
I think,
Counsel, he's my witness right now.
Sure.
This is an old map.
Is there a newer map that has been submitted?
Skid range does not show on this version of
If you'd stand right there, please. So let the record reflect,
Skid range does not show on this version of the map. I can tell you approximately where it is.
I want to know what's on the map that was submitted with this application. So the next question is, where are the 104 parking spaces on the actual submitted survey?
They're not shown on this version of the map.
Where's the training range on the submitted survey?
I couldn't understand the question.
Where is the training range on the submitted survey site plan?
I still don't know what you're saying. I don't hear well. I'm 77 years old. I don't hear well, so clear it up for me.
Do y'all see
Do
two
you-
50-yard ranges? Do y'all see training ranges? Do you see member ranges on your map, your site plan?
I see the skeet range on my map, yes.
Which map are you looking at?
I'm looking at,
Mr. Chairman.
please,
The,
please.
I think, Mr. Chairman, part of the problem may be the map that Mr. Gupton is showing us specifically, I believe, is an erosion control map, just for the purpose of the erosion control plan. We have another map, I have one, Counselor, 514, that shows the helicopter pad and all that.
That's the
But
one.
maybe that was not necessary for the erosion. The erosion control approved plan that's sealed does not have any of that.
But it's designed for that. The basins that were put on there to collect the water and protect the streams are designed for any potential facilities such as that.
The 514, Mr. Saunders,
Mr.
The
Sanders.
514 map that I have shows the helipad, shows all the parking spaces, shows the building, shows the skeet tower, another building, the range, indoor range, outdoor range, all that's shown on this 514 map.
Chairman
It
Webb,
appears
was
he's
that?
showing an older map on purpose to try to confuse things. But if
Chairman-
you got a map, I'll be glad to mark them for you if you
No,
got a map.
actually, the erosion control map is a newer map.
Well, the erosion control map is a separate map. I mean, we overlay that other stuff, part of it on that, so we know what the
Yeah,
erosion
correct.
control is.
Yeah.
But the erosion control and the site plan is not the same map. I think our package of sheets we put the whole package together was about
Well,
6
the
or
one
7
this board
sheets.
was given
So
for
where is
this
the other
meeting
sheet that you-
is a
If- if
514
he's not
map,
an-
and it's the map you have right there that shows, no, it's a different map than that. It's
So-
different than that.
So when we asked for the full application, we did not get a May survey. Is there one that we can
Well,
look at?
The only one I have.
Mr. Chairman, excuse
I'm
me,
sorry.
Mr. Meadwell,
Okay, they're working on it.
we're working on that. Give us just a moment. It would be a good time to take a short break. We will take a short break while Mr. Meadwell gets
About the map.
everything squared away. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
I mean, any. Can't talk about that now.
Yeah, but that's the road. I don't think it's got the, yes, this is it. So this one just blowed up.
Yeah, this is blowed up now.
Okay.
You said something about something came in February or March.
This is it right here.
That's it.
You got this, this is the bigger
I
one.
guess I got home, all I brought was what came from this.
You might have not had it. Marty's the only one I know got a bigger one. That's why
I
he
just
laid it
brought
out.
what they sent
This
us.
is what they say is this week.
Yeah.
That's what I brought. I didn't bring that one either.
You have this one. You have this one.
No. I might have a smaller version, but it was so
This-
small, I
this-
really
This
couldn't,
is a small version, and I can read it.
I couldn't read it.
I can
Let me
read
see.
it.
I just got my packet like last week, so.
We got new ones last week.
Okay.
These ain't the ones we got.
Uh,
So somehow or another Marty's got big. But it's the same thing as this one.
maybe he asked for it.
He said I should have one in mine, but I can't find one.
No, I didn't pick it up. All I had
I
was
got the
this.
little one. I can't read it.
I tried,
That's
but,
all right. This has got something.
Being a little deceitful there, won't you, Counsel?
or it's just too small.
Said you're being a little deceitful there, weren't you? Said you're being a little deceitful. Yes, sir, you were. You gave me a grading plan instead of a site plan and asked questions about the site plan. I got it now. I didn't have it before. This is not what you put on this projection. Huh?
Well, I've got
Well,
the small
you
one.
could have, you know,
I can't
you put the wrong map on there anyway.
Is that yeah, that's the big. See, I think the reason some folks didn't have that was in the back package way back in November.
Oh, yeah.
It was. I got that on my November package, I believe. Another day's paradise. Wayne, you're doing a good job, I tell you. I'm gonna give you props, man. No.
We'll give you pay raise.
Yeah, we
Don't
are.
jinx.
You get $40 this time.
Okay.
Try to be careful. Well, I know I was chomping on the lifesaver, and I figured out I better not be doing that. You know.
Okay. If everyone please take their seats, we'll resume.
Okay.
I think clarification has been made to the attorneys. Mr. Sanders, do I understand that correctly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've seen that, and I gave him my one copy, but that's all I need for the time being. I'm ready to go.
So we're through with Mr. Gupton?
No, sir. I need
Okay, Mr. Gupton, will you please come forward?
He ran to the restroom.
Okay.
In the break.
We're still on break.
In the interim, the exhibits that you presented so far, we're gonna mark as, I think the environmental stewardship plan and the analytical results, exhibits 1 and 2 for, okay.
Sorry for delay, Mr. Chairman, and,
Quite all right, sir. Thank you very much for
old people
returning.
have to go to the bathroom more.
I'm right with you. I'm right with you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I think we've got.
Back to the microphone. Back to the microphone.
I think that the councilor presented the wrong map when he was asking the questions.
I think
that
we
were,
have
and
that straightened
We have
out.
a corrected map now, and I will be glad to mark all the facilities he asked for on this map on that.
If I may ask
Yes, sir.
questions, thank you. If you would, Mr. Gupton, please mark where the two 50-yard shooting ranges are.
Wait, the two what?
Two 50-yard shooting ranges.
Well, the 250 is in the long range. Let's see, 250. I can't remember. Got map from one of my glasses is that the enclosed range?
I'm asking the questions. Please mark where the two 50-yard ranges.
He says there are two 50-yard shooting ranges.
No, sir, there's not. They're not. There's a skeet range on it, but there's no 250-yard shooting ranges.
May the record reflect that the overview that was incorporated into the application talked about two 50-yard shooting ranges. So, Mr. Gupton, please mark where the training range is.
Training range to me would, okay, let's get into it. All right, I'm going over here and mark what I think's the training range, which is really the indoor shooting range on that. So they're one in the boat. They're 100-yard shooting range, but it's indoors, a metal building over top of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's where this that should be where the training is done, is in that range there because it's a confined area. And
If he could limit his answers to my questions and not expound.
Yes, sir. Just answer what the attorney has
answer
asked.
your question.
Mr. Gupton, you just marked in red what you say is the training range. That's also what you have previously stated was the 100-yard range, correct?
That's correct.
Where is the member range?
I don't, you're putting designations in your terminology. that is not on the maps. That nothing I put on the map says what you did now. He could be referring to the same facilities. I just don't have those names in relationship to what we call them when we put them on the map. Now, when somebody transposed that or changed the name on it, make it sound better, perhaps it happened. But the ranges, nothing has changed from where I designed it. And what he applied for is exactly what I designed, and I can, you know, I can show you what range is what, and I'll be glad to do it.
May the board reflect that I'm just using the project overview that was incorporated into the application. Where is the static range?
Don't have a clue.
Where's the archery range?
Don't have a clue.
How many parking spaces will there be?
A couple of hundred is what I remember, but it may not be that much. Somewhere down there, eventually, that's available. Let me rephrase that. There's enough space, I think, we plan to start out with maybe 100 spaces and add some more if they need it at a later time for some purpose.
So at any given time, there could be 100 customers shooting on this range in Sheffield?
No, sir. There's a limited number of stands. There's a limited number of time that each customer stands at the stands if he's there. They also will be building a meeting building that they can go in and meet and visit and spend time together. So there'd be that many cars, but not shooting.
If you know, how many stations are there in this shooting range?
Don't have a clue. Don't design that stuff. That's what the shooting experts are for. I designed it from a topography and environmental standpoint.
How long is the long range?
500 yards, 1,000 yards, one to the other, I don't remember. I done this thing 6 months ago. I'm 77 years old, okay?
Okay. What are the setbacks for that long range to the closest property line?
About 100 feet. No, not.
If you'd like to, why don't you look again? Would it sound like there's a 50-foot setback line from that long range that's at least 400 meters?
With all due respect, Counselor, on that, we prepared this thing in a 24 by 36-inch map that I can tell a scale on. They have been reduced, obviously, multiple times. I have wear glasses and I still can't see this map. So you're asking questions with a map that does not have the information on it where I can read. And I think that's intentional.
Does the board have a large-scale map that Mr. Gupton can look at? I don't want him to be able to opine or testify without that.
No, big one.
This is where he's talking about this setback line.
Thank you.
You can share that.
Much better.
Mr. Gupton,
All right.
if you would, the question was, on the very long range, the 400-meter range, what are the setbacks to the closest property owner along the side of that range?
Well, you have two setbacks. One is a setback that nothing happens in. Then, before you actually get to the range, you go over top of a berm that's 30 foot wide on the thing. It's, I think, 60 foot from the bottom of that berm to the sideline. And I say you're right at 100 foot. I was right when I said with the range itself, not necessarily whatever you were scaling to.
What do you mark on your map as the actual setback line? Do you see where it says 50-foot setback line?
Sir, I do not see that 50-foot setback line. I can't read this small.
Okay. So did you review the Davie County ordinance before preparing the site plan?
Yes, I did.
What is the ordinance 155, 177 say about the setback lines?
Sir, you're just trying to think and make it look silly.
Would you agree that it's
Oh,
500 feet?
No engineer is gonna remember. I designed 50 projects in 1 month on the thing. I'm not gonna remember the number of the ordinance in every county I go in.
Mr. Gupton, please just answer the question. If you're not able to answer the question, just please say, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll do.
Mr. Gupton, did you look at the NRA range manual when you were making this site plan?
Yes, I did.
Because I heard you talk about the Department of Energy, but I did not hear you. It's actually in the ordinance under section D and E.
Gentlemen, I think it, as you know, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. And the chairman really does not have the ability to sustain or overrule objections. I would encourage you to let the witness continue to testify, and then it'll be up to the board to decipher what's relevant and what's not relevant. Mr. Sanders, same comments for you, please.
Thank you, Counselor. The next question from Mr. Gupton. Where is the 100-yard vertex, fan-shaped vertex at the end of the long range?
Fan-shaped what?
Fan-shaped vertex. There's supposed to be a 100-yard fan shape from the shooting range.
No, it's not. It's 100 feet across. It's on that, but there's no vertex on it. It goes into an embankment that is built into the other embankment. It all ties together. I object to the question.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Does the
If we
board
could
have any questions?
introduce those exhibits into evidence, if, please, that he marked up.
Yes.
What do you want me to do?
Mr. Meadwell, can you
before, I don't
retrieve
know.
that?
He wants those admitted into evidence, Mr. Meadwell, yeah. This paper. Mr. Meadwell, yeah.
You want the old one too?
Yes.
That's the one that matching it.
Okay, does anyone on the board have any further questions for Mr. Gupton?
I have a question. I don't know who it goes to, but how many people can shoot at the same time based on what you have diagrammed and based on the ranges that you have?
Again, it's only going back 4 or 5 months on the thing to do that. I'm gonna, how many? I defer.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Mr. Gupton. We appreciate your testimony. Mr. Boyer?
Thank you. Across all the ranges, just to answer that question, a total of 50 at one time across all the proposed ranges. A couple of other notes here. The renderings that opposing counsel was referring to were just that. They were renderings provided to give context to the intended shape and design of the facility. They were actually not designed by Mr. Gupton. So if the implication was that he submitted renderings to this board, I just wanted to dispel that. Those were not his product whatsoever. Also, any range can be a training range. That's sort of the point. I'll move on. We got to know Mr. Gupton's erosion plan quite intimately there. That was, as you have in your packet already, approved by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. That was what one of the prior witnesses testified to. That was in your packet as well. We do anticipate that many of you on the board and in the community are going to express a level of concern regarding how the projectiles travel on the range. I don't think I'm wrong in assessing that a lot of what we just witnessed was driven in large part by that. More specifically, you're likely going to want to know what Recoil Management Academy, how it's assured that its activity is going to remain within the boundaries that are stated that we give you. For that specific purpose, I do want to introduce you to another expert, bullets and trajectory expert. His name is Mr. John White. John White is a Department of Defense level trajectory expert. He served our country on numerous combat deployments. His primary objective on those deployments involved ensuring against friendly fire as direct and indirect fire support. He did so with 100% efficacy, and that was over 500 live fire situations. John has generated a ballistics and trajectory report that I'm going to actually leave with you now as an additional exhibit. He's going to take us through some of the high points of that report with an emphasis on angles of fire, left and right lateral limits, caliber weapons and expectations, as well as the role of a dense triple canopy that surrounds the subject property. Mr. White?
State your name for the record, please. John White.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing, information you're about to give, do you solemnly swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do,
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
sir. For the trajectory and ballistics part, again, I will read the mission statement of that. Recoil Management Academy will provide a safe, clean, comfortable, professionally firearm safety and marksmanship training facility for people of all skills to enjoy. Our goal is for everyone to safely enjoy the shooting sports, be capable of defending oneself, and enjoy their Second Amendment rights. With this best practice in place, RMA's ballistic and trajectory summary on its outdoor ranges have been generated based on both civilian and DoD references to produce the most conducive environment for both in the range and immediate surrounding areas. The following information provides details and explanations to include but not limited to charts, maps, formulas, ballistic and trajectory data. Now, each caliber in this summary is to show the most common rounds, okay, for ballistics. I used the, with the exception of 50 caliber BMG, that due to the bylaws is not going to be allowed, that sort of caliber. And just a brief background why, not only because of the weight, the grains that can exceed 750 grains, but also the way it's designed. It is a direct fire weapon. However, it can be used in an indirect fire manner to where the exception of the rule above 45 degrees, you are actually going to be walking away from your target if you are trying to acquire it. All right. 45 degrees will not hurt that platform. It is designed to go in at an angle, and that's one of the reasons why we do not allow it on the range. However, due to the composite of the berm system with the rubber, the cement, and the earth itself, even the 50 caliber BMG would not be able to penetrate that berm, even if it's at its highest level, meaning berms are 60 feet at the bottom. They will be very substantial as far as 30 feet at the top. Around at that magnitude won't be able to penetrate more than 31 inches of cement, not to mention compact earth behind that. And again, I didn't, in that explanation, I didn't give credit to the rubber system that we have in place here. When you go into that, the reason why I didn't, Mr. Chairman, is because if I start going into movable objects with potential energy, I get into molecular displacement, everything else, and it's going to take a long time to do a brief. Common high-powered calibers consist of 308, which is the 7.62 by 51 NATO, the 223, which is also the 5.56, by 45 millimeter NATO round typically for M4s, AR-15s that are very popular around this area, and 357 Magnum. The reason why we chose 357 Magnum is to show the maximum distance and effective range on the calibers that are high, not only in volume as far as the chances for them to bring it on the range, but also to so we could do a baseline of the trajectories itself. For example, I didn't use a 45 because the 357 has more feet per second, and also it has more of a cone, so to speak, and the FPS feet per second is extremely higher. Now, all these calibers, ladies and gentlemen, they're all factors of basis determine the caliber's impact on an object, and it's shown by the following equations. Would you like me to go through the equations, Mr. Chairman?
Whatever you'd like to present to the board is your prerogative.
Yes, sir. So to find out the force of impact, it's kinetic energy. The force of impact, in order for it to be, excuse me, sir, this is not an excuse. I do have a brain injury, and I have memory issues.
Take your time.
The force of impact, kinetic energy, is based on foot-pounds in this scenario. Foot-pounds is the pressure it is going to take for a desired effect, and there's a measurement of foot-pounds. For example, anything over 100 foot-pounds statistically will potentially wound a human, okay? Now, on that basis, I will go over the calibers charted and explain the difference between max effective and maximum distance, and also the foot-pounds at those distances. For a 308-762 by 51, maximum effective range is 1,800 meters. That's roughly 1 1/8 of a mile. The maximum distance, the maximum distance is, and again, I read wrong. The maximum effective range is 1,200 meters for a 308-762 by 51. The maximum distance is 2.5 miles. That is right at 4,000 meters. Feet per second from the muzzle is 2,800 FPS, and foot-pounds at the muzzle is 2,700. It goes down at 1,800 meters, okay, to 94 foot-pounds of pressure. So again, the maximum distance is 2.5 miles. However, the foot-pounds of pressure that is lower to injure somebody, a human, stops at, again, 1 1/8 mile. For the 223-556 NATO, either or, is maximum distance is 1 1/8 mile. The maximum effective range is 800 meters, with at 1,000 meters will be 93 foot-pounds. For the 357 Magnum, the maximum distance is a mile. Maximum effective range is 114 meters. And on that, at 800 meters, the foot-pounds is only 87. Now, as far as the position of origin, from the position of origin, I'm not going to read the Latin long, it's in your. The direction of fire, which is the GTL, gun target line, is 11 degrees with the left lateral limit of 356 degrees and the right lateral limit of 23-degree magnetic, okay? So if I can give a demonstration just with my hands. This is the direction of fire, okay? We do left and right lateral limits so that the direction of fire, and it's, thank you, sir, the direction of fire is not compromised as far as, well, you're at this position, can you shoot? No, it's, this is your left, you can't shoot past the left. This is your right, you can't shoot past the right. The reason why we did that, and it's standard operating procedure for shooting ranges, especially outdoor shooting ranges, both civilian and military. The reason why you do that is because, again, you want to be able to control that round, that projectile, and maintain that every shooter knows exactly what direction they're firing and what they're, what they should not exceed for safety. With that, William R. Davie is 43 degrees outside the right lateral limit. Sheffield Recreation Center, more importantly the playground, is 23 degrees outside the left lateral limit. So in order for these two structures, God forbid, a shooter will have to literally position himself half at a 45-degree angle, which is, again, a safety violation, but not only that, will not be allowed due to the stations and the bars and the RSOs, which every 5 shooters has 1 RSO for good supervision. As far as safety danger zones. Safety danger zones, or SDZs, are calculations for the worst possible gross projection of that projectile, both height and length, okay? Now, SDZs normally are for ranges that do not have berms, natural backstops, or depending on the natural backstop, it could be dense triple canopy, which is forest. That's so dense, if you are in the forest and you try to look up, you can't see sky. That is what we call a triple canopy. Also is man-made, as what we're proposing to do, and like a better term, God-made. Dirt, slopes, elevation, depressions, things of that nature. As stated above, RMA gun range will have 20-foot berms outlining each firing range. In addition, the 400-meter will have 3 tiers or levels from ground, a second story, and a third story. This will amplify the downward angle or angle of depression that the shooters must do in order not only to engage the target, shoot the target, but also they will be forced to, for the simple fact that that's where the target is, and you that's where you got to aim. Plain and simple. If the RSO sees that that the barrel at any time is going to be rising, in an unsafe direction, he's going to be able to catch it. The reason why is because anything above a 10 degree is noticeable to the human eye as far as barrel. Now that is also subjective as well, because I'm pretty sure my 5 degree notice is not your 5 degree notice. Your 30 degree notice is not mine. The 100 meter covered range. The 100 meter covered range will have armor plate level 3+. Level 3+ is ballistic material that is designed to deflect and or catch rounds. Police officers use them, military uses them, civilians can use them. It is literally an armor plate that the level 3+ is able to deflect the rounds I just mentioned right here. The roof will be covered with a material able to stand up to 80,000 PSI, pressure per square inch. That will not only deflect, but it will, if penetrated, it will make the round almost inert. As in, the round will still have momentum. However, when it falls, it will not be able to produce more than 100 foot-pounds of pressure. And again, note, SDZs, or safety danger zone, are not a part of the range, diagrams, as far as it is not a standard to which you have to have shooting on a range. SDZs are strictly for the calibers that you intend to use, safety danger zones. The NRA adopted them from the military, and in the military, I can tell you again, being a targeting officer of indirect and direct fire support trajectories, SDZs are normally used when units are out in the field doing exercises or actually in hot zones and adjacent to another unit. In closing, Recoil Management Academy has configured the range based on the information above to provide the safe setting for discharging a firearm according to federal, state, and local laws. This time, I would be happy to entertain any questions.
I have a question about your level 3
Sir.
protection on your walls. Does that go from the floor to ceiling?
Yes, sir. It will go to the floor, from the floor to the height of the ceiling, and then the overhead coverage is going to be made with a material that can withstand 80,000 pressures per square inch.
Right. Okay, I understand that. Anyone on board have any questions for Mr. White? Mr. Sanders, do you have any questions for Mr. White?
And your name was Mr. White?
White?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How tall are the berms at the end of the 400-meter long range?
20 feet, not counting the downgrade.
And if you're on the ground level, what would it take, what deviation would it take for it to go, a bullet to fly over the burn?
As far as the elevation, sir?
Yes.
Would it please the court if I do a general? The reason why is because height, distance, whether you're sitting from the whether you're sitting from the prone, sir, or on the sitting, or if you're standing, it can, those are factors that do apply. Do you mind wording the question so I better can answer it?
Good question back, yes. So if you're standing at the 400-meter range, that will occur at the 400-meter range. People can fire while standing, correct?
No, sir.
Then what position will they be firing from or be permitted to fire from?
The prone.
Only the
prone
prone?
and the sitting.
Prone and sitting. So if you're sitting then, what trajectory deviation will it take for a bullet to be fired that will actually go over the 20-foot berm 400 meters away when you're on the ground level?
More than 5 degrees.
And 5 degrees, so this is 90 degrees right here like this.
Mhm.
So that is 5 degrees?
I'm not up to scale, but yes, sir. That,
And this is going to be a training range at RMA, correct?
define training, sir.
It says on the application it's a training range, so I'm sorry, I'm not going to define. Do you know if it's a training range or not?
Well, again, you have civilian training, you have, there's definitions. So if you're asking me civilian training range, military training range, paramilitary training range, I can tell you what it is.
Will there be civilian training?
That's correct, sir.
Will there be novices firing weapons here?
All levels.
So there'll be beginners firing weapons at this site, correct?
Yes, sir. Can I go ahead and get where you're trying to lead me to?
What's the largest caliber weapon
Please.
that will be fired at this range?
The largest caliber weapon that will be fired at this range can go up to a 7mm Magnum.
How is that compared to a 50 caliber?
It's really smaller.
How many firing stations will there be at the 400-meter long range?
Again, this is not, I am ballistics and trajectory, and I will defer to Mr. Peavy.
Thank you.
There is a likelihood bullets will go over the 20-foot berms on the long range, is that correct?
With the calculations of human behavior, RSO supervision, also the practices that we're putting in the range as far as on the 400-meter, all levels, they will have a bar to where not only it's going to prevent them from falling off the platform, but also it's going to prevent them for having that muzzle, like Counselor said, going too high up to clear the range. It would not be ethical for me to give an exact answer or even a yes because of all those factors.
And you mentioned supervision. You don't know how many supervisors there'll be per range participant, do you?
Yes, I do, 1 per 5.
And so if there's 1 per 5, that range supervisor cannot take care of and supervise each and every firing participant, can they?
That's speculation.
There is a level of human error that is involved when people are firing weapons. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you look at the site plan?
Yes, sir, I did.
How many shooting ranges are there on the site plan?
Again, sir, your definition of shooting ranges.
Did you look at the plan overview?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so do you agree there was 2, as in 2, the number 2, 50-yard shooting ranges?
That is for future development, but it is being planned, yes, sir.
So that's not part of this proposal today.
Again, I will refer to Mr. Peavy. My job is trajectory and ballistics.
Understood. Is there a likelihood, again, is there a likelihood a bullet on the long range will leave the site?
The answer is yes, and the reason why I pause, sir, is because I would like to go into detail if it pleases the adjusters.
Yep. If you want to answer his question, go ahead. Give whatever detail you need to give.
Thank you, Chairman. There is a likelihood of a round, a projectile, leaving the range, as far as totally based on physics. And without any of, because you are right, Mr. Sanders, there is a level of human error. Unfortunately, we cannot calculate as people what level that error is going to be. That's why we put things like overheads and 20-foot berms and standard operating procedures and supervisors. Now, if you're asking me if there is a chance of that round hitting a structure, hitting a child, hitting a deer, destroying property, statistically, you're better off getting hit twice by lightning before that happens.
Twice by lightning, okay. So you mentioned there's two ranges that you talked about, the 400-meter range and the 100-yard range, is that correct?
100-meter range.
100-meter range, and the 100-meter range is enclosed, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Are there any other ranges on this site proposal?
I think, may I answer that question? As I saw on there, there is a skeet range.
Okay, besides the skeet range, there's also a shoot house on there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And in that shoot house, does that mean that bullets will be going in different directions?
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
Well, is there a chance, did you do any study on the shoot house?
Yes, sir, I have.
Did you look at the trajectory of that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is there a chance for bullets to leave the site?
The reason why I'm pausing, gents,
Take your time.
again, yes, a very, very minute chance, and that's why I was pausing.
And that's going to go in a different direction than the ones you discussed earlier about your studies of the 23-degree angle for the recreation center. There are other angles that these bullets, their trajectory will fly, correct?
Okay, now I understand the question. Yes, however, as far as, again, looking at the site plan, there is, the reason why I said it's a minute chance, and again, I'm glad I'm under oath, is because the walls and the structures, again, are going to be made of the armor plating recently discussed. The angle, as we've discussed with the 400-meter range, is going to be extremely great, as in you have to almost get it to a 60-degree angle. Unlike the 400-meter range, where 5-degree angle, you're clearing the berm. Not on this one, 45-degree angle, you will not clear the walls. It is a closed area. It is a, the distances are extremely small comparatively to the 4 and 100 meter.
So just to be clear, does it have a ceiling that's in that shoot house?
I will defer to Mr. Peavy.
Now, you looked at the site plan, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And on the 400-meter long range, would you agree that it's not 500 feet back from the property line?
May I take this moment to relook at the site plan?
Please.
Thank you.
small one, I don't have a big one. He's got one.
That's what you do.
He has one.
Sorry, Board of Adjusters and Counselor, I am blind in my right eye, and it's kind of hard to see.
We may have a larger one.
That'd be great.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
The plan.
Well, we're quasi judicial, so I understand. If it's not on the site plan, then he can't talk about it.
I will defer.
Thank you.
Again, did you say the largest caliber weapon is going to be a 7mm?
Yes, sir, as far as capability with maximum effective and maximum distance.
So will anyone fire a 30-06 at this range?
As far as I know, and I can research this later, a 7mm mag at the distance is a lot farther than a 30-06. Now, I will review that, and no matter what, get back to you with that answer.
Well, let me just ask a question. Will someone be able to fire a 30-06 weapon at the range
That's correct.
and a 270?
That's correct.
Did you look at the ordinances for Davie County?
No, sir, I did not.
Are you familiar with why Davie County would require a fan-shaped vertex at the end of the ranges?
No, sir.
Would that not have something to do with trajectory and degrees off that someone might fire a weapon?
Are you talking about what we refer to as reverse bat wings, is at the end, the right and left lateral limit, it fans out?
Yes.
Yes, sir, that is a technique. Again, I did not design the range. I will have to defer.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. White, I have a couple left.
Yes, sir.
If I can remember what they are. You stated that that the people that are shooting at the 400-meter range will be in prone or sitting positions. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, I have hunted deer like 80% of the people in here and come nowhere close to shooting 400 yards, 400 meters. Would a individual have to go through a longer training period to be trained to shoot that far? Or is that something a novice could just go out there and say, I want to shoot 400 meters, and you'd let him shoot at that? Or is it something that you'd have to work up to?
Sir, as much as I would love to answer that question, again, I'm only ballistics and trajectory. I must have to defer to Mr. Peavy.
I would like that person to turn that phone off and leave it off, please. Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for Mr. White?
I
Diane?
have one.
Ms. Foster,
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
I read this.
Diane, speaking to the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. I read this agenda and all the information a couple of times, and after tonight, I'm thoroughly confused. I thought I understood this, and this is not your fault, but what I understood from this 400 meter range, that it was for long rifles, that you would be shooting down to flat land. Is that correct? I mean,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
could use some
The-
stick figures here. but
Okay,
yeah.
thank you for that question. It's, for whatever it's worth, it's a good question. I'm not saying that yours wasn't, Mr. Webb.
Thank you. I get
But, okay, if I may repeat the question back to you so I know I've got it.
Just
So,
describe a side view. That's
Okay.
really what I'm talking about.
side view.
Yeah.
So on the 400 meter range, side view, and part of this I'd like to defer to Mr. Peavy again, but from a ballistics and trajectory standpoint, even with the ground level, okay?
Yeah, the ground is flat,
The
right?
ground is flat, however, there's going to be a grade downward that Mr. Gupton,
Gupton.
that was close. Mr. Gupton explained that it's actually going to be a 1 and 2 downgrade. What that is going to do is help the fact, earlier in my brief, I stated, in my summary, I stated, it would be at a downward angle, and it'll
Okay,
be
so
more.
it's gonna be like this, not
Yes,
this.
ma'am.
Okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's gonna help with your problem, ballistics, right?
Absolutely, and the higher you go, the more depression you get.
And so, we've got this rectangular shaped thing that is going down a couple of feet, and you're up, elevated somewhat.
Yes, ma'am.
So, we're gonna have these berms made out of all this bullet absorbent material
Yes, ma'am.
all around it, 3 sides. There's no roof on this one.
No, ma'am.
The roof is on the 100 meter one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you for the opportunity.
As a quick point of clarification, because I do think we keep getting bogged down in competing standards, I believe you're sussing that out. Davie County ordinances do distinguish quite clearly between outdoor shooting ranges and what the county can refer to as a security training and operations services facility. The latter is reserved for municipal bodies that are doing work on behalf of the county or are serving an existential need, a public necessity, and as such require different standards. We are not there. Everything that was contained in our application was vetted ahead of time, which is why you're not going to see fan-shaped edges, et cetera, and the continued reference to 500-foot setbacks, et cetera. So the site plan as designed, Mr. Gupton did indeed reference the Davie County ordinances to the letter and went above and beyond based on what he's already said. I just wanted to make that quick point of clarification so that as we move forward, we can distinguish between the two. And I will make sure that there is a piece of the STO, the Security Training and Operations Facility, that we do adopt, and it will come into play for noise. And we'll get to that when we get to the land value assessment. So the last part of the health and safety, I know that we've dragged this on. We're still on the first element of that 5-element affirmation. I'm going to introduce Kurt Peavy. He is the owner and operator of Recoil Management Academy. Multiple of the expert witnesses have deferred to him, so I hope that his questions, or your questions, he can answer. He's specifically going to talk about final remarks and talk specifically to the bylaws, membership documents. There were references to novice level admissions and what their autonomy will be, so to speak, at the range. He is going to be the guy that can tell you in plain terms how the operational culture and accountability is going to be enforced on the range. I do want to make a statement that this is a private membership base, that there is a cool down period. A person off the street cannot come to the range, submit a membership application, and then just proceed forward and shoot. There is a vetting process in place. He will speak to that as well. And without further ado.
Mr. Peavy, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
want to talk about the operational safety measures in place, and why we took so much care into this. First off, foremost, is my wife and I are a family of 4 children. We live on the property proposed for this range. So as we're going through these bylaws and these safety measures, we're taking our own family into account as well as the surrounding community. So that's why we're talking about safety, 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 and all these bylaws. To touch on the membership, how we're gonna start by vetting, rather than have a pay-to-play, like a lot of indoor shooting ranges do, we're doing a membership that allows us to do a criminal background check on you. We need to know who's coming to this facility and why, especially in today's age. You got a lot of people trying to commit suicide on ranges, happened at Pro Shots up in Rural Hall recently. And we also want to do a background check, so that it gives us the inherent ability to deny you or accept you as a member. In doing that, it also ensures the safety of all our residents around us, right? We're not trying to invite criminals. We're not trying to invite criminals into the neighborhood as well, especially on the property I live on with my children. Second of all, operational, we got bylaws set in place to talk about the ballistics, how they're cross-referencing Mr. White on stuff he doesn't understand. Bylaws are in place to tell you what you can and can't do on a range. That includes from foul language, drinking, smoking, eating on a fire range, to the caliber you're allowed to shoot. So I'm gonna hit on that real fast. You can shoot every single caliber below a 50 caliber on this range. We're not shooting any high artillery. We're gonna have no explosives. It's in our bylaws. No explosives are allowed in the range. References have been made that we're gonna use explosives in the shoot house. Blowing doors off a AR-550 steel shoot house is very expensive, and that would be a bad choice for my business. Second, the question was, can rounds leave this shoot house? The answer is no, and I'll tell you why. It's surrounded by AR-550 steel. You cannot shoot rounds through AR-550 steel unless it's a high-grade military armor-piercing round, which is not allowed on our range. In our bylaws, it shows what ammunition's allowed. That ammunition is not allowed. Second, there's an observation coach catwalk on top of this shoot house that law enforcement use. No civilians are shooting in this shoot house. They're not allowed. This is for law enforcement training only, for SWAT teams and those putting in high warrant warrants at a house, right? They don't know the house, we're gonna practice how to entry. That's what this facility's for. Why I say no rounds are gonna leave? Because on the roof between the shoot house, which is still visible by the coaches, they're law enforcement experts, SWAT guys, right? They're firearm instructors, can see through a Kevlar netting. Kevlar is the same stuff used for bulletproof vests in the military to stop 7.62 rounds that are most common by our enemies with AK-47. Kevlar stops those rounds. Thank God most of our police forces and agencies don't use 7.62 rounds. They use 5.56 ARs and a lot of times 40 caliber or Glock 19. Those rounds will not penetrate that Kevlar netting. So to answer the question, 360 shooting in the shoot house, correct. No way a bullet leaves. When a shoot house goes in, the way it's channeled, once you go through the entry door, you have to go around the room. There's no way a bullet's gonna ricochet off these walls out a door and have enough kinetic energy to go do any damage. Second, on the AR-550 steel, inside is all lined with ballistic foam. So what happens is, if you shot the wall, the foam would absorb the round, hit the steel, roll down until these traps that we can dump the lead later for reclamation anyways, and the floor is concrete. Once again, going back to our EPA standards, no rounds touch the ground on this range. Inside that shoot house, there are movable AR-550 steel targets that the law enforcement can put their target, their bad guy on, clear a room, and engage that target. That's why I said if they miss that target, the backup is the ballistic foam on the AR-550 steel walls. Okay, touch on the safety, again, about the safety conditions. I live on this property, and I have inherent responsibility for rounds leave. We've already talked about how the range will be at a downward angle just due to slope. And on the 400-meter range, we talked about how the 3-stage platform, which can simulate shooting from a tree stand, that's why we said from the sitting position. I know you're not engaged a deer out at 400, but that's why the range is called a KD range and a UKD. KD means known distance, 400, and movable steel targets on the property inside that range to do your 100 meter, 275, 300, whatever your distance is at. Those traps, those movable bullet traps, are once again the same that are in the shoot house. Ballistic foam, steel, catches the round, you hit it, the round doesn't touch the soil once again. It's in a trap, we dump the lead at nighttime. So, another thing, how can a round leave this? It can't. We have trained range safety officers that are certified by the NRA, which is the standard for shooting in RSOs, right? We all can agree upon that. Second, we have a movable trap bar, because for safety in OSHA, when anytime you build a platform, you have to have some sort of safety railing. The safety railing is 360. There's a removable trap that clamps onto the bars that you can slide up and down above your shooter, right? He's in the prone or sitting. This bar will slide down, mitigating them to lift that gun up to a position to clear our range, right? So if you're not on your scoped weapon, and the RSO sees you moving this gun, he's going to stop and cease you right now and probably clear you off the range and send you home. Those are in our bylaws. It talks about what you can and can't do. There's no walking around the range with a loaded firearm. You can't even carry concealed unless you're a uniform wearing law officer as you come onto our property. A civilian cannot have any chambered rounds in any handgun or rifle at any time. The only time they can have rounds in that gun is when the RSO clears their weapons cleared. They're allowed to walk to the shooting station. If we're talking about the 400, they have to get into the prone or seated position, locked in on a bench rest, and then the call will be, go ahead and make ready, meaning you can put your round in your gun and chamber it. At that time, the RSO will say, the line is hot, look left and right to the other RSOs up there anyways. It's not one guy on the platform, it's gonna be at least 2 or 3 at a time, and then they will give the thumbs up, all clear. They've looked at all their guys, they're pointing the safe direction, they give the thumbs up, and that master RSO says, commence firing. At that time, once everything's done, every RSO will clear that weapon once again. So that individual cannot come off the line with a loaded gun, pointed at unsafe direction, and accidentally have a negligent discharge. The other factor of that is, you touched on novice shooters using this range. That's not going to happen. We have in place in our bylaws that when you come to the range as a member, anyone, doesn't matter what range you're gonna use, you have to go through a safety course. That safety course will be signed off by one of our RSOs or our managing staff that goes into your membership package saying, what level of safety have you gone through? You wanna start getting into long distance range shooting, that's an application you gotta ask, and there's courses you have to take to get you to that level to shoot on a 400-meter range. Especially how it's gonna start is, they're gonna take you to the 100-meter range first and do what's called a 300-meter at 25-meter zeroing. What that means is, 25 meters on a 100-meter range, you're gonna shoot a zero target. That puts you at a 300-meter point of impact strike on your target. Meaning, at 400 meters, if you shoot that target, you will be about 2 inches high on your target center mass. Still not a threat to leave the berm system. The berm system we talked about and beat to death, it's a 20-foot berm with 4 to 6 inches of absorbing concrete laid into the earth with 4 foot of chip rubber. Mind you, that chip rubber and that impact is still about 12 foot off from the top of the berm down. So you still got 12 foot of earth berm that you have to impact or have a chance to get over before. So here, now, what they haven't talked about is the elements of the high level of this range. The 400-meter range has a camera in front of every single target system. Every target system or spot will have a tablet. At any time, the RSO can see your strikes. If you're missing your target, guess where you're going? Off the 400-meter range. It tells me you need to go back to another safety class or re-zero that weapon to make sure you're hitting the target you needed. The camera system is there so you don't have to have a spotter, right? Because we're limiting how many people are going to be on top of the top tier, middle tier, and bottom tier. In our bylaws, there's no cross shooting, meaning if I gave you line 7, you can't hit line 8 or line 9, otherwise you're leaving the range. You're going against membership rules and range safety. So the talk about this left and right lateral, it's a bigger picture. Yes, you have a left and right lateral of the berm system itself, right? As our directory told you, 23 degrees, 30 degrees, 43 degrees. But more so as every shooter, and every shooter will know this, if you've been to a range before, they always tell you your left and right lateral is the paper target in front of you. So if you have a standard silhouette about 10 inches wide, your left and right lateral is 10 inches of the paper in front of you. Once again, you start missing enough, and the RSO can see on that camera system, you'll probably be asked to leave and go through another training scenario if you want to be able to shoot on that kind of facility. Accountability is everything, right? We're here for accountability. What kind of range we're building, what's the safety mechanism in place, and how we're going to ensure that. Again, the bylaws. But two goes more so. Let's talk about human error. Let's say that magical round leaves the facility, but doesn't just leave the facility, it has to clear our triple canopy, which is taller than 20 foot. So it has to leave that secluded forest behind, right? So if it does that, this magical bullet can do that and have such damaging effect, that individual is going to have the sheriff call them. We're going to have a police report filed. They will have their membership revoked, and they will be deemed responsible for what their action they did. All the range is audio and videoed at every station, so we'll have them give that to the sheriff deputy responding. Our RSO statements, if they have been told before, hey, watch what you're doing, how many safety violations this person has done within that time period of visiting the range. So we have a lot of accountability in place because, again, my family lives on the same facility. We don't want my family hurt, so why do I want your family hurt? Okay, what the council keeps referring to is these 3D rendering drawings, right? He keeps responding to these, saying, how many ranges do you see? How many ranges don't you see? Those are rendering drawings of what we want our range to look like. Those are subject to change at any time when it comes to architectural, city, state laws that you can't build this. That drawing is not what the plan is. That is the rendering to show you what this facility could possibly look like or what our desired goal would be when it's all said and done built. What we go off is the site plan submitted, right? So the site plan submitted shows a 400, 100 shooting and an archery or a skeet shooting. And we're all in agreement to that, right? That's what we showed. That's what it's in our packet. We didn't go above and beyond. We didn't try to sneak in a curveball and you say, just kidding, we're actually going to build this over here. That's not happening. Again, talk about operational safety measures. I know in the community there's been a lot of talk about this helicopter pad. A helicopter pad is no more than you put insurance on your vehicle. It's a life flight pad, not some black ops military pad. It's a life flight pad. We have to get life flight engineers out to our facility. They have to approve that pad, and then they'll GPS grid it for any kind of emergencies, right? Inherently, firearms are dangerous. So we want the insurance to back us up and our members if there's an accident. Furthermore, we've already discussed with the director of EMS at Davie County that this facility, this pad, would also be used for any local issues they have. Car accident, Duke Whitaker, immobile, they can go to our pad. They'll have the key go to the gate 24/7, access to that pad. Those lights stay on 24 hours a day on the helo pad. So the helo can come in at any time they need it. I'll sum it up there and ready for any question.
I have a question about your hours of operation,
Sure.
and they are?
9 to 6 Monday through Saturday, no shooting on Sunday, not even personal shooting. I'm giving up my civil liberty because I'm allowed to shoot on Sundays, but we're not going to. We chose to be good stewards of the community. We also made recommendations. We tried to visit the church that's right behind our shooting range. We talked to the pastor, Reverend Ledford, and we explained to him that at any special event, if he can have the opportunity to give us at least 14-day notice, we would curtail our hours to not interfere with a funeral, a wedding, or a revival event that they may or may not have at the church. We also took into account that they have Bible study on Wednesday at 7. We close at 6. So there'll be no firing after 6 o'clock.
I'm gonna get this pronunciation incorrect. Tannerite?
Tannerite.
Oh.
Tannerite is a legal pressure, it's a pressure round explosive target, exploding targets. A lot of times they've been using it for gender reveals and whatnot. On our property, we have done that. Again, my range ain't open. This is all private use. I can blow tannerite all day long under city or county ordinance. It's not against the law. When the range is built, in my bylaws, it says no explosives will be used. We are not using tannerite at my range because I don't want to repair or buy new movable target systems. All our target systems are movable. They move, flip on a tablet. Every shooter will have a tablet, and they can make their targets move or go up and down for time. So I'm not blowing those up.
Thank you. The other question that came up that I had that was deferred to you is, and I think maybe you've already covered it, but I want to just touch base with it again. The person that is shooting from a sitting or prone position at the 400-meter range.
Yes, sir.
He has already gone through extensive training prior to him getting to that point.
Yes, yes, at our facility.
At your facility.
Or a national recognized certificate that they can show, and we'll make a copy and put that in their membership file.
Okay. So no novice are going to come out there and start trying to shoot
No.
400 yards.
No, because most
400
people
meters.
can't shoot 400 yards.
Okay. Anyone else on the board have a question for Mr. Peavy? Anyone? Mr. Sanders, would you like to cross-examine Mr. Peavy?
Thank you, sir. For the record, were the bylaws submitted with this application?
I would defer that to Mr. Meadwell. No, we do not think so.
So I'm
an
being
exhibit.
presented with the bylaws. There's been a lot of reference to the bylaws, have there not?
That's correct.
But it was not submitted with the application or special use permit.
Now they're an exhibit.
Well, we're objecting to those coming in at this time. It should have come in when the application was made. Mr. Peavy, did the site plan get approval from the sheriff before you filed the application?
We don't need his approval.
So the answer is you did not get sheriff approval.
Correct.
To your knowledge, have any of bullets left your property since you've been there?
Not with any ballistic proof.
How many firing stations will there be in during this, the plans that you have submitted for those 4 stations, how many firing stations will there be?
There'll be 10 on the 400 and 20 on the 100.
And the shotgun range?
It's a 5-stand.
And how many in the shooting house?
There's no shooting stations inside of a shooting house.
How many people can shoot inside a shooting station?
Refer to your SWAT teams.
I'm sorry, I asked a question. How many shooting?
How big is a SWAT team?
So what's the maximum number that you can allow inside the shooting house, Mr. Peavy?
It's not a dwelling. It doesn't have to have a max or fire code approval how many people can be inside this building.
How many supervisors will you have at any given time on the site?
Once again, we talked about this before, 5 RSOs, 1 RSO per 5 shooters on every station.
And you mentioned that if a supervisor notices someone is missing on the open range, that they will be removed from that site. Is that correct?
Missing?
Missing their target?
Thank you for clarification. Yes.
But by then, they have missed their target.
If they didn't, then they're good to go.
Some people will use the 400 meter to sight their scope. Is that correct?
Wrong. We just told you there'll be a 100 meter, 25 meter, 300 meter, 0 on the 100 meter range.
And the purpose of sighting your scope is to zero it in so that it's not shooting to the side or up or down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you done a study on the impact this shooting range will have on the neighboring property owners?
Yes.
Where's that study?
My lawyer will show it to you in a minute.
Has it been submitted with the application?
It's an exhibit.
To the application?
It'll be exhibit tonight, yes.
Well, we're going to object to the entry of that at this time. So you mentioned earlier that people are going to have to go through and be vetted prior to you letting them shoot on your premises, right?
Correct.
Now, in the months since you've owned the property, you've had a Facebook site, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've invited people to come out and have shoots. And there's been money
On private
exchanged,
property.
correct?
No.
You didn't ask for charitable donations.
Charitable donations to a charity here locally in Moxville, yes.
So would people, what charity was that?
True Hope.
And what is True Hope?
It's a charity in Moxville that is like a food bank and non-perishable items.
So those people that signed up, did they sign up and shoot on the same day?
We didn't have that activity.
Have you had any activities on the premises?
Friends and family, yes. And we had some before the submittal of the special use permit.
Do you have an ABC license?
Nope.
Now, if someone joins and gets a premier membership to RMA, they're going to get 8 bottles of liquor a year, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have an FAA license?
I'm not a pilot, so no, I don't have an FAA license.
Do you fly drones on the premises?
Personal drones, yes.
Have you flown the drones off of your premises onto neighboring property owners?
I have not.
Has anyone on your premises flown a drone off of your property?
Yes.
Who was that?
Andrew True, and he has an FAA license.
Do you have an FFA license?
No, I'm not a pilot.
FFA, firearms.
You mean FFL?
FFL.
No, I don't sell guns.
Will you be selling any?
No, I will not be selling guns.
Well, if you'd let me finish my question, will you be selling bullets?
At the time we're open, yes.
Who owns Recoil Management Academy, LLC?
Myself and my wife.
Anybody else?
No.
Who owns Recoil Management Property, LLC?
Myself and my wife.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you believe that if you're a dairy farmer within a quarter mile of your premises, that there's going to be damage suffered to your agricultural business?
I'm not in agriculture. I don't know how that answer.
Do you think that neighbors that have residences within a quarter mile of your business are going to suffer peace of mind and the joy and the pursuit of their happiness at their home?
I'm not a physician. I can't answer that.
You submitted a plan overview with your application, is that correct?
Yes.
And you also have the site plan, is that correct?
Yes.
And your plan overview talked about over 9 shooting ranges, is that correct?
No, you're talking about a 3D rendering.
I'm talking about, you wrote a 2 or 3 page plan overview that you said on your application, see the plan overview, correct?
Yes.
And on that you listed the long range, correct?
Yes.
You listed the 100-meter range, correct?
Yes.
You listed the number 2, 50-yard ranges, correct?
Off the rendering, yes.
Did you also list a training range?
They're all training ranges, so yes.
Did you list a member range?
They're all member ranges, so yes.
An archery range?
Yes.
A skeet range?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be 9 ranges, correct?
They're on the site plan, correct.
Do you think that this site range has to abide by Davie County zoning ordinances?
What's a site range?
This gun range.
As far as the due diligence we've done, yes.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Does anyone else on the board have questions for Mr. Peavy? I probably would like to call you back at a later time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Peavy referenced an agreement with Community Covenant Church while he was discussing just now. I do have to submit to you a signed letter that reduces everything that he said to writing, signed and addressed to that church. I'd like to put that in the record for you.
Market exhibit, would
Mr.
that be?
Mr. Boyer, would you identify what exhibits you got laying there, just so for the record we'll know exactly what you're submitting?
Yes, sir, and I think I discussed with Mr. Meadwell that following this, I will make sure that the board has digital copies of everything that we've given here.
Andrew?
Yeah, that's,
Moving on to the second of the five criteria that we do need to show. Our proposed use meets all required conditions and specifications. We have submitted a complete application for a designation of our property for special use. And according to Davie County ordinances, an outdoor shooting range is, quote, a special use as long as it's appropriately situated within a rural agricultural district. There are a couple of other districts that Davie County ordinances do abide. RA is one of those. 1548 Sheffield Road, as I've said before, the subject property is indeed zoned agricultural. The intended operations for RMA use the subject land for archery and discharging of firearms, or for the purposes of target practice or temporary competitions. This definition comes directly from the Davie County ordinances. Furthermore, as shown in our application packet, RMA plans to meet setback and buffer requirements that set forth in the Davie County ordinances, as well as those imposed further by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. That is also in your packet, as I've said before. In discussions with the county, specifically with Mr. Meadwell, we've verbally agreed to additional conditions. Mr. Peavy has actually said a few of those here. You've questioned him on it. Just to recite, no shooting on Sundays, no night shooting, and no use of 50 caliber ammunition or greater. There was a question asked regarding whether we consulted with the sheriff or got sheriff's approval before we submitted our application. The answer was no to that question, but we do have a letter of intent signed by the Davie County Sheriff's Department saying that they will bring their in-service training operations to our site if approved. That is part of this. I have 3 other letters of intent signed by neighboring departments to submit as well. And you might be curious about the no night shooting portion of this. The covered range design to be implemented allows for daytime blackout conditions. So while the 100-meter range, for example, is covered, it does have the capability to be blacked out to simulate night shoots. If anybody is affiliated in any way with law enforcement or has someone in their family, they know that in-service training can be somewhat cumbersome and burdensome because once a year you're required to meet certain in-service training standards. There's a couple of things that go here synergistically. This does allow us to curtail our hours to comport with community standards and expectations, but it also allows us to offer up an in-service training during the day that doesn't require the Davie County tax base to subsidize overtime hours and additional shoots for their officers at other locations. I will move on now to the third item. The third element is the adjoining and abutting property element, and it imposes on us the burden of showing that our proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. So 2 elements there, substantially injure and adjoining or abutting. In order to demonstrate that the adjoining or abutting properties will not sustain a material diminution in value, we took a multifaceted approach to this as well. First, we conducted a comparative analysis. Comparative analysis of similarly situated shooting range to what RMA proposes, controlling for demographics, land size, rural characteristics. I will introduce an MAI, AIGRS, and a CCIM sealed report from a highly reputed appraisal professional illustrating those findings exactly. Second, we analyze the subject area along Sheffield Road and in that corridor to determine median property values, the existence of other externalities affecting property and development values, and to assess the historical volume of real property transactions for those adjoining or abutting properties. I will, corresponding with that, I'll introduce a signed letter from an accredited land consultant, senior real estate specialist, and certified home market specialist to illustrate those findings. And third, we undertook to assess decibel and acoustic levels on the raw, unimproved property to observe existing sound levels in conjunction with the heightened acoustic standards than what Davie County ordinance requires. I'll introduce an acoustic decibel survey. That definitely was in the packet that you all were met with. And I'll talk about its findings by an acoustics professional holding master's level credentials in mechanical engineering. One note on these things, I realize in this moment how unfortunate it is for cross-examination purposes for opposing counsel, that it's less than ideal for us to have 3 separate exhibits that do impact such an important consideration in this hearing. That is not by design, that is not our preference. We all know that the circumstances have dictated, because of COVID, that concerns of pre-existing conditions and preferential travel. For example, the acoustics professional is from Pennsylvania. And in addition to that, the timeline for this was pushed several months from the original start date, and scheduling conflicts abound. So I will do everything I can to make as transparent and forthright the elements of these exhibits that I'm going to put forth and discuss, but happy to make these other professionals available as we can if consideration merits. Starting with the comparative analysis, RMA engaged the services of Mr. Jeff Zaltaki. He is a MAI certified appraiser. He holds designations for AIGRS and CCIM. And we did this in order to determine suitable existing shooting range by which a meaningful and applicable comparison could be made for purposes of determining whether RMA's proposed shooting range would indeed substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. Mr. Zataki, just a bit about him, his work has been referenced by the North Carolina Court of Appeals, specifically in the Dellinger versus Lincoln County case from 2013, and on the topic discretely of substantial injury. We believe his report is that he's produced analyzing the Durham Pistol and Rifle Club range is as an apples-to-apples comparison as this board could hope for in making findings of fact on comparable values from other shooting ranges. As contained in the report, and Cam, I don't know if you've brought forth that report for submission. We can also, if we have another one, I'm happy to leave that with opposing counsel right now.
Okay, we object to this late submission of this. It should have been submitted with the application on time. In addition, if they're going to have an expert or someone or report, we should have that person that made that report present so that they're available for cross-examination.
Sure, and I, again, just dealt with that. Happy to do whatever is necessary to make those professionals available to you. They have said the same to me. Unfortunately, this hearing does not allow Zoom or any sort of virtual hearing, so when I assessed that with county manager's office, we confirmed that they could not even be there remotely to address certain cross-examination questions as well. But in order to analyze the potential of effect of a shooting range, what it would have on a nearby property value, we searched for shooting ranges that were built within the last 20 years to provide some currency of the data, that were near or adjacent to mature residential areas, and preferably those that are residential single-family subdivisions. We found that in the Durham Pistol and Rifle Club, which is located on Jim Minor Road in Haw River, North Carolina. For those familiar, that is Alamance County. As contained within Mr. Zataki's report, the Haw River and Alamance County sites compare favorably in terms of population and population growth, household growth, and household incomes in one, so it is less than 20 years old. It is also private and membership based. It sits on a tract of land, similarly 138 acres. It caters to all types of shooting disciplines. It's open 7 days a week and until dusk. It's adjacent to a single-family residential neighborhood known as Pollard Acres. Pollard Acres was started in 1967 and actually consists of 3 sections. It actually shares 2 contiguous boundaries with the shooting range. And most of those are modular and or mobile homes. The lots are generally 1 to 2 acres in size. Pollard Acres should provide a sufficient number of residential sales to determine property values that may have been impaired by the construction of the range itself. So again, the analysis was to find a similar site, assess its comparability in terms of county and city statistics, and then look at the point where the range was established and look at data on both sides of that line to assess if there was any meaningful correlation with the implementation of that range on the surrounding community. And there were actually two really good analyses that Mr. Zataki made. I can speak to those now. And these are also in your packet. Excuse me. The first is simply a before and after. So as I was just talking about in terms of before implementation of that range and after, you can see a scatter plot of values before the implementation of that range and then after. One notable asterisk there for your consideration is the 07-08 financial crisis and housing market bubble that we saw rupture. Otherwise, that scatter plot there can give you a pretty good sense of stability of the market values on both sides of the implementation of that range. The second was a paired sales analysis. Again, Mr. Zataki is more apt to explain the relevance and significance of this, but from a layman's perspective, and certainly someone who's looked at the report, this is notable because it actually looks at before and after sales of the same property. So he looked for comparisons of property that were sold for a value on one side of the line where that range was implemented, and then again on the other side to assess any meaningful change or substantial injury in those values. What he found is that of the 7, 5 of them actually increased in value. 1 of them showed characteristics of housing bubble diminution, and 1 had a slight decline in its value, which you see there towards the bottom. And based on those analyses, it doesn't really appear that the construction of Durham's rifle range had impaired any property values in a Pollard subdivision in a substantial way. Again, it's a residential area with similar average to median household income within a 1-mile radius. And the number and price per acre of land sales doesn't appear to show that the construction of that range impaired the ability of Pollard Acres owners to either sell their vacant land properties or force them to sell at a discount price per acre. And although the matched pair sales do show a mixture of positive and negative values, there does not appear to be any apparent impairment to property values. Moving on to the second of the 3 reports is an analysis of adjoining and abutting properties here in the Clarksville and Callahan townships. You may ask why I included both of those. The deed for 1548 Sheffield Road includes a Callahan designation. However, it sits on the line between those townships, technically speaking, so we went ahead and looked at both the townships for purposes of comparison for adjoining and abutting property values. So we did analyze the subject area along Sheffield Road, that corridor, to determine median property values, the existence of other externalities affecting the property, and development values, and assess the historical volume of real property transactions for those adjoining or abutting properties. I have a signed letter here that I want to put into the record again. I understand opposing counsel is likely to object to its inclusion at this time. Again, circumstances notwithstanding, I think it is important and persuasive information for this board's consideration. Larry Story is an accredited land consultant, senior real estate specialist, and certified home market specialist, and he illustrated our findings with his letter that we've included there. So some important observations that he made before I go on looking at Davie County map specifically. The Clarksville Township is currently ranked as having the 2nd lowest median property values in Davie County, right around $112,800. The Callahan Township is currently ranked as having the 3rd lowest median property values in Davie County, right at $126,600. Both the townships occupy the 2nd lowest median housing value category, which is known in Davie County as between $100,000 and $149,000. And the subject area of Sheffield Road allows for development of manufactured homes, which in Mr. Story's opinion, as a general rule, tends to decrease development value for surrounding properties. The subject area of Sheffield Road is largely without public sewer and water. I think I made a reference to this earlier, which again, in Mr. Story's opinion, generally suppresses the development value of surrounding property. And the last major observation is that based on the MLS data that we had them run, there have been 0 transactions for the sale of any adjoining or abutting properties to 1548 Sheffield Road in the last 10 years, which tends to illustrate the several points that I just made, as well as your belief that Sheffield Road is perhaps suitable for an outdoor shooting range and won't substantially injure the surrounding and adjoining properties. And we just put this in here. I have a few maps that I want to point out that Mr. Story made sure to reference. Map number 1, this is the current zoning for the subject area that's residential agricultural. If you'll note that low density development potential is limited to large lots, mostly all needing private wells and septic systems. Again, much of the Clarksville and Callahan townships. Map number 2 is the current uses for the subject area, which is labeled as manufactured home use. In Mr. Story's opinion, this in and of itself makes the area unattractive to residential builders for more expensive homes. Map number 3 is the future growth strategy map for Davie County. This is, again, these are all taken from the comprehensive plan, the land development plan from Davie County. It shows only a rural growth area, the same as all outlying areas. Map number 4 is the future land use map for Davie County, showing no future plans for developmental changes other than the current strategy and use. Map number 5 shows the available sewer lines in Davie County that are currently nowhere near the subject property line, limiting development potential there as well. I believe there is a sewer line that runs to the commercial lumber yard, somewhat adjacent to our property, but the scope of that, I think, is limited to a development that is on the other residential development on the other side of that. Other than that, we know of no other public utilities of that site. And then the last map, map number 6, is the Davie County map showing the suitability for a septic system. So the subject property currently shows a somewhat limited, again, for development purposes and purposes of objective valuation would further suppress that value. So finally on this, the acoustic decibel survey. We undertook to assess the decibel and acoustic levels on the raw unimproved property to observe existing sound levels in conjunction with the heightened acoustic standards than what Davie County ordinance actually required. Right now, I'm not going to introduce an additional exhibit. You guys do have this in your packet. Just as some background on Mr. William Thornton, again, he holds an acoustics professional master's level mechanical engineering degree. And before I delve into the substance of that survey, I do want to make a quick note that Davie County ordinances do not explicitly recite noise ordinance parameters for our proposed use. It does, however, set forth standards applicable to what we know and what have been referenced prior to now as STOs, or Security Training and Operations Services Facilities. Of course, Recoil Management Academy in no way fits the STO designation, as I've said before. That's not our scope and intent, and nor have we applied as a public necessity for this hearing. But for purposes of this, in proper site planning, we conducted the survey to, in good faith, assess the potential impact on other adjoining and abutting properties. The STO design criteria set forth in Davie County actually cites to the NRA range manual for unacceptable decibel levels, and I'm going to quote from that. If sound levels exceed 90 decibels for 1 hour out of 24 hours, or 85 decibels for 8 hours out of 24 hours, and the sound measuring receiver is located at the boundaries of the range property. In other words, the appropriate level of determination for decibel usage is cumulative in nature and sets a boundary of 90 decibels for 1 out of every 8 hours cumulative, 85 for 8 out of every 24 hours cumulative, and if that measurement is taken at the property line. From Mr. Thornton's report, That limit is essentially presented quote unquote as a dosage similar to OSHA hearing a conservation or a noise exposure methodology. The cumulative sound level over the prescribed period is measured and the exceeded period is calculated. In this case, the thresholds are 90 and 85 respectively, as I just talked about. The sound cannot exceed 90 decibels for a cumulative 1 hour period out of any contiguous 24-hour period, and an 85 decibel for any cumulative period, 8-hour period of every 24. To predict the maximum cumulative sound level that will be generated by the range, a maximum number of rounds fired in a 24-hour period was estimated to be 20,000 rounds. The sound emitted by the range will not exceed the NRA source book unacceptable levels of the criteria, assuming such a large round calculation. And as you can further note from that report, RMA requested the guidance on how to further mitigate noise levels in an effort to be good neighbors. And Mr. Thornton recommended, and I hope you have gleaned from other testimony here today, that using the range structures to further reduce noise is paramount. He said, quote, although the site with safety berms will be in compliance with county requirements, the structures that will be built on the range offers the opportunity to further reduce the noise levels emitted by the range. Again, the survey was done in February 2020. This is before any of the grading. This is raw, unimproved property. So the testimony in that report should reflect that the raw unimproved property is in compliance with a heightened standard observed only by STOs as mandated by the NRA handbook, even without any of the facilities that we've talked about today being put there. Before I move on, are there any?
Go ahead.
So the fourth element is a transition to showing that the proposed use will be in harmony with the area in which is to be located. Several showings to be made here from our perspective. First, we can look to Davie County ordinances for a presumptive finding that the proposed use has been contemplated by the county and in the location proposed. But for the ordinances, we wouldn't know that it is appropriate here, frankly. We have that, and as we've demonstrated earlier, outdoor shooting ranges are appropriate pursuant to the special use permit in rural agricultural districts. Davie County has at least 2 known shooting ranges currently existing and operational, so in terms of in harmony with the use and character of the area. We know of the Daniel Matthews Conceal and Carry Range. We also know of the Tom Calvin Youth Shooting Sports Range as well. There are additional provisions, and I make no warrant or assessment as to whether those ranges have come before the county, nor whether they require your approval, just that the area, that they are common knowledge in the area and observable on maps. There are additional provisions in the Davie County ordinance that make provision for shooting ranges in the county. Again, I'm going to go with STOs. Quote, a government use that allows a facility located on at least 25 contiguous acres, which provides the following services: explosives, training, driver training, including vehicle maintenance facilities support driver training activities, towers that are 100 feet tall or less and are used in connection with security training, emergency response training, office clerical research, and services related to the security training and operations services. So certainly our argument here would be that, as these facilities are authorized for use in RA districts upon a project review committee, they certainly embody potentialities that don't exist here, specifically with the explosives, specifically with the height of the towers, and certainly our minimum acreage is set at 40, which is a great deal above the 25 mandated there. And then with respect to RMA specifically, we have the 40-acre proposed site, which is going to be situated at the back of the property, so as not to be visible to the public from outside the property. I think that's one element of design that's sort of been neglected here. When you pass the property, it's going to be located in what you can look at the site plan and kind of tell from the road that you're not going to be able to see it. Furthermore, the grading is actually going to take it down. So in terms of sight lines, there's been a lot of effort put into the visual and aesthetics of maintaining rural character, even though that proposed use would be ongoing. To that end, RMA does recognize the rural character and continues to work with at least one local farmer for, among other things, baling of hay, livestock, et cetera. So there are, again, this is a 138-acre property. Only 40 of it is being allocated for this proposed use. I was out at the property several days ago and walking in and among hay bales that have been negotiated for by and with local farmers, and those relationships will continue. I can, but for the sake of time, I may neglect to do this. I could call Andrew True back to discuss RMA's intention to preserve the ruralscape area and maintain the rural character through the outdoor facilities, low-impact construction, and the stewardship plan. But I do believe unless the board feels that's necessary, you guys have had plenty of opportunity to vet the stewardship plan. I'm happy to bring Mr. True back up here to revive some of that discussion along the rural heritage piece. If not, I'll keep
No.
on trucking.
Keep on.
The last element is a showing that requires a proposed use be consistent with the Davie County Land Development Plan and any other county adopted policies. So regarding Davie County's Land Development Plan, page 47 provides the following under the development strategy, quote, "3 major goals of this land development plan are to balance 1, individual property rights with public interest, 2, the free market economic system with appropriate public intervention, and 3, economic development with environmental protection," end quote. It goes on to enumerate a handful of specific priorities, among them maintenance of rural character, preservation of open space, paying our own way, and economic development that diversifies the local economy, utilizes a more highly skilled labor force, and increases area residents' income. Moreover, in February of this year, Davie County government issued a resolution declaring Davie County a constitutional rights protection county, wherein Davie County expressed, quote, "a deep commitment to the rights of all citizens of Davie County to keep and bear arms," and further that Davie County sits as a refuge for all constitutional rights of its citizens. Of course, that's right up our alley. We support that. We love that. We actually see that as a call for enhanced civic duty in the county. My final exhibits for you are going to be an amalgam of a few things. One is a testament to the times that we all are sharing in right now. It is data regarding record levels of firearm background checks nationally. It is also data regarding first-time gun buyers nationally. And I also have 4 signed letters of intent from law enforcement agencies, including Davie County Sheriff's Department, pledging to use RMA once approved and constructed for all in-service training. The references to the background checks nationally and the first-time gun buyers, just to skip to the substance of those, you will have an opportunity to review as we put them in. 40% of all gun sales in 2020 have been first-time gun buyers. We also have, from FBI statistics, record levels of background checks associated with firearm purchases. In conjunction with the new Davie County recognition of a Second Amendment haven, and in recognition of macro variables that we really can't control for, we respectfully and humbly submit to you that not only is recoil management's proposed use consistent with Davie County's plans and policies, but as a Davie County entity in the business of providing best-in-class firearms education and training to private individuals and public agencies, that an approval would have us assume the role of being part of the fabric of those plans and policies and assure the competency of the individuals that choose to become members. Thank you.
Does any board member have a question of Mr. Boyer? Yes, sir. Mr. Liggins.
Okay, Mr. Boyer, twice you've mentioned the Davie County Sheriff's Department committing to do their training on your location.
Yes, sir.
The letter in here does not say that. This letter says this LOI is a non-binding letter and merely a method to confirm your interest in our facilities and to invite discussions for its use. Is this the letter you're referring to? It's from Mr. Peavy? If it is, then you're not telling us what this is saying.
Okay, so I do respectfully understand your point there. The county is not in a position to make a binding commitment to us as a facility. We're aware of the existing current needs. If I misrepresented that to you and saying that the moment that you propose it, that they're going to go and do that, we still have.
That's what you said.
Okay, well.
By the way I heard it.
Sir, I humbly do not intend for that to be what you take away from here. Certainly, having somebody in the position of a sheriff's department put their signature on a document with letterhead like that is significant enough. I would not pretend to want any more than that. But like I said, someone in the department's position is not in a capacity to make a binding commitment to something that doesn't quite exist or could show bias or favoritism in a way that would influence a neutral board sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Mr. Peavy, before you leave us, do you have any more witnesses?
No, sir.
So this is going to be the end of your presentation?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, before you leave, I want to summarize the exhibits we have and make sure we have everything.
Sure.
So let's get those, and let me get what we've already got. We'll make sure we've got them all.
And Counselor, may I have a copy of these also? I only had one set I was offered. Thank you, Counselor.
Okay, just
Sure.
Just a quick summary of what's been offered as exhibits during the petitioner's presentation. Exhibit 1 we have is the environmental stewardship plan for RMA.
Confirm.
Exhibit 2 is the analytical results.
Soil report.
And Exhibit 3 was actually offered by the opposition, and that is the erosion control and grading plan.
And that should have been a part of the original.
It was part of the packet. But
Okay,
we're-
but as modified on screen.
We're treating it as an exhibit because it was marked up
Sure.
by the engineer. Exhibit 4 is the May 14, 2019 site plan.
Sure.
That was also presented by the opposition and marked up by the engineer. Exhibit 5 is the actual full version. I think Mr. Gupton said it was the 24 by 36 version of the May 14, 2019 site plan that was also presented by the opposition or requested by the opposition. Exhibit 6 is the ballistic and trajectory summary for RMA. Exhibit 7 is the bylaws. Exhibit 8 is the letter to the church. Exhibit 9 will be the mission, I'm not sure what this is, to be quite honest with you, something you just handed up, the ballistic and trajectory summary recoil, which I believe
I think,
is,
yeah, that might be a duplicate.
it is a duplicate, so we will cross that out, forget that, that will not be Exhibit 9. And I believe, unless there's something I'm missing, that's all I have.
There should be.
No,
the-
I'm sorry,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Exhibit 9 is the memorandum.
Zataki.
Thank you. Yes, Zataki. And then Exhibit 10 is the letter from
Larry
Larry
Story.
Story.
Yes, sir.
exhibit, and these are part of the record already because they were part of the application, but Exhibit 11 is the letter of intent for Sheriff Hartman, Davie County Sheriff. Exhibit 12 is the letter of intent for Bill Joyce. Exhibit 13 is the letter of intent from, or to Wesley Reese, Reese Firearms. Exhibit 14 is the letter of intent to Sheriff Simmons, Davidson County Sheriff's Department. And then Exhibit 15 is the resolution declaring Davie County a constitutional rights protection county.
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 16 will be, and I'm not sure how to describe this, it is the NICS firearm background checks.
Yes, sir. The-
I guess that's what it
national
is.
background checks. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's all I have.
Is there not a first-time buyer exhibit with that as well?
If there
Okay,
is,
okay.
it may be attached
Okay, if
to
that's
something
treated as
else,
one,
I'm
that's.
not sure.
That's perfectly fine.
Yes, there is. It's attached to or made a part of Exhibit 16.
Great, thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right, thank you.
At this time, we have been sitting here for quite some time, and we would like to stretch our legs. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so we will adjourn for temporary movement.
Let me tell you real quick, one of the gentlemen that was going to testify as far as the vet, similar to you, he's got substantial like back problems and stuff, and he had to leave.
I get it. We got a full lineup of folks that are going to provide unique testimony. If you have similar testimony, what you
Yeah.
provide.
All right.
this is the only copy I have of this letter. Are they gonna run it? Because I kinda didn't want to lose it.
That's fine, just summarize it.
Okay, well, what I did, I took a couple excerpts out and I put it in my talking point. Okay.
Just say, you want to just say a quick word saying, look, I only have one copy of this letter. I'd like to keep this letter for my own personal record, but I would like to summarize it now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And also, again, what I was showing y'all earlier. I mean, this right here is what he's saying. Coming soon, North Carolina Tri-State State-of-the-art training facility. It's got everything. You got that?
Yeah, he's making a semantics argument. He's trying to say it's not a training facility, it's
Exactly.
just a shooting.
Right.
Which in reality is, but I mean,
Yeah,
I think we
yeah,
all
totally.
agree with that.
Yeah.
And that's important right there. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So you got all these covered in?
Um,
Because I got enough copies, I was just gonna come up and submit this in for, should I still do that?
feel free, absolutely.
It's basically. We're all in the game, and which one is this? And there's so
generation thinks the world is going.
But he's not gonna be long.
This meeting will come to order. Everyone, please take your seats.
One way or another, we'll be out here in an hour anyway.
All right. I'm with you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, are we back in
We're
order?
back in session.
All right. One thing I'd like to comment on before the opponents begin their presentation is just to inform the board that, you know, Mr. Boyer's presentation at the end of their summary, a lot of that was related to opinion, expert witness type of testimony. I need to instruct the board and also for the audience to hear that for legal purposes, that would be considered hearsay testimony, which the board is allowed to, if it chooses to, which we did, obviously, to let hearsay testimony be presented. The board also has the option to, if you choose to do so, to subpoena these witnesses that Mr. Boyer summarized their findings for you. If you choose to do that, you have the ability to do that legally. If you want them to appear, to give Mr. Sanders and his side the opportunity to cross-examine those folks. If you choose not to do that, again, what you heard regarding those type of opinions that were not already part of the record, you have to treat as hearsay evidence, and that goes to the competency, weight, and sufficiency of the evidence based on what those opinions were offered for. That's really an informational thing, and also to give the board the opportunity to understand that if you choose to, you can subpoena those witnesses to testify live.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Okay, at this time, we will hear from the opposition attorney, Mr. Sanders.
I will be brief because I'm from Forsyth County, so I'm across the river, and there's a lot of people that are Davie County residents that want to speak in opposition. So let's talk for just a second. What we're looking at is my mic.
Yeah, get closer to it. Get closer to it, yeah.
What we're looking at is protection of property rights. Now, this is a special use permit, but the Fifth Amendment says that we have the right, people shall not be deprived the right to their property and their liberty. So, let's talk about safety on the special use permit, and it says on number 1, the special use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. We already heard the trajectory and ballistics witness, and he said that for bullets to leave twice would be like lightning striking twice. This is the Doriak's property. It's adjacent, and there's a bullet that appears. Now the PVs have appeared. They have children, they have 3 children under 4 years of age. They can't use their property outside. They can't put their kids out there in fear. Let's talk about the safety. This is a mobile home, also nearby the PV's property, that has since gotten this bullet. So, there's some question between the council. This is an outdoor range, this is an indoor range. This is also a training facility. It's in their overview that they will train. So because of that, they're also part of 155.177 of the Davie County Ordinance, which requires comments and to be reviewed by the Davie County Sheriff. The letter of intent, as has already been noted, is not approval. It's a non-binding, I might use your property. For special use permits, your permit must be right when it's actually applied for. Now, this is that survey that Mr. Gupton put that we had some of the trouble with, that ultimately there's a different site plan. But what you see up there, pursuant to 155.177, they have put a 400-meter long range with a 50-foot setback from the adjacent property owner. It's supposed to be 500 feet, and so the pink lines going out represent where 500 feet would fall. In addition, it's supposed to have a 100-yard fanned vertex, as the trajectory witness said, like bat wings. That goes out, that also goes onto the other person's property. To the left is part of the project overview that was incorporated into the application to this board. So you see a picture of some of the range. You also see the different ranges, 9 different firearm ranges, 1 archery range. They're not on the plans. You only see, as they testified, a few of the ranges. What are we getting? What are we approving? If, God forbid, this board approves this. Who knows? We don't know how many ranges. Now here, and it's a packet, I have several notebooks for the board and for opposing counsel. It's an affidavit of a real estate agent, Jane Whitlock. She said this facility will negatively impact and decrease the property values. It'll make the area less desirable. The facility will decrease demand. It's much more difficult selling their properties. We saw studies that the petitioner gave us. And if you notice, the property values range from $10,000 to $25,000. That's not what we have here. We have multi-acre tracts. We have horse farms. So the question of common sense as far as damaging and injuring their property values, if someone has a choice of buying 13 acres with a 7-stall horse barn and a 3,000 square foot stick-built house, one, abutting a firing range that's gonna have 35 firing stations going pretty much all day from 9 to 6, or one that's 10 miles away, what are they gonna choose? Common sense, they're gonna go far away from the range. It's gonna destroy property values. But we have another affidavit of another local real estate agent, broker, Lisa Poplin, and she said after describing the impacts and describing the Sheffield neighborhood, she said it's her professional opinion that the proposed RMA facility will have a lasting negative impact on property values. They're gonna have trouble selling the property because of gunfire. They're gonna lose equity in their homes. And when you do a special use permit, all the requirements have to be met. We talked about earlier, you can't materially endanger the public health or safety. It's got to meet all the required conditions. And number 3, you can't substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Now, there's a fourth requirement, that this special use permit is in conformity with the land around it. Now, we're all familiar with the Davie County Land Development Plan. Comprehensive. Davie County is a rural agricultural community. We want to keep it that way. Sheffield is exactly that, as shown by that picture of the Sheffield community. A gun range is not in compliance and not in conformity with the Sheffield's rural agricultural residential community. Absolutely in no way. So what we have violations. They fail to have a setback. 50 feet from the adjacent property owner for 400 meters. They don't have the fan, 100 yards. They didn't get it reviewed by the sheriff. Their site plan, and that overview they do, they conflict. We're not sure. It's gotta be specific for a special use permit. And it definitely harms the neighborhood, the abutting and the adjacent property owners. We got at least 3 gun ranges. I put 26, I've heard testimony tonight, 35 gun stations that can go. And they've already fired into a tree in a mobile home. Oh, and the county had to send, the planning developer had to send a cease and desist letter to the PVs and RMA to stop operating a gun range before they got a special use permit, which means if they're not complying before they get the permit, if they get a permit, how are they going to behave? At this time, I think the more important people tonight should speak, and so I'm going to turn over the floor to the Davie County residents. Yes.
We have questions. Anyone on the board have a question for Mr. Sanders? You quoted 2 real estate people. Are they certified real estate appraisers, or are they just real estate agents?
They are real estate, North Carolina licensed real estate brokers.
They're brokers, but they're not certified appraisers.
They are not certified appraisers.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Webb, I'm gonna make the same comment I made about the other testimony of the
It's here,
petitioners.
okay.
That without the people being here to testify live, that what you heard this evening is nothing more than hearsay. And it's up to you to whether or not you would subpoena them for live testimony, or you take it as hearsay evidence.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
I've got a question maybe for you, Mr. Wong, will be the best. I really don't know who to address it to, but it's come up several times tonight, and Mr. Sanders brought it up in his testimony here. He's questioning, I believe, whether the project as presented to us is an outdoor shooting range, which is basically why we're here, Mr. Womble.
Yes, sir.
Is it up to this board to determine if the project meets the zoning ordinance, or is that determination already been made?
The way this was presented to the Planning Board of Adjustment by planning staff, and also the application that was filed by the petitioner, was as an outdoor shooting range. What Mr. Sanders is referring to is the Security Training Operations and Services Facility section of our ordinance, which is section 155.176 through 180. And has a different standard than what the petitioner, so I'm respectfully going to disagree with Mr. Sanders in that section of our ordinance I do not believe is applicable.
Are you contending that this is not an outdoor range? Is that what you said?
I'm contending that it's an outdoor range and it's also an indoor range.
Mr. Womble, who makes that? Is that determination already been made, or if so, who made it?
That's a question I'm not sure I have a perfect answer to, but I believe the application itself, at the time it was submitted, that staff made the determination as to what type of application it was, and it was not an application under the governmental section, which deals with security training operations and services facilities.
And that's what they talk about with those 4 letters of intent. Training facility, do they not? They talk about training facilities. We definitely have an outdoor 400-meter open range. We have an enclosed 100-meter range with a roof. They went through very specific details about how the bullets will become inert if they hit the ceiling. We have a shoot house, indoor, outdoor range, and it's a training facility.
Any other further questions for?
I'm done, Mr. Womble, if you want to.
I was going to say, I think ultimately, when it comes time for the board to discuss amongst itself after the public hearing section is closed, that may be an appropriate question for Mr. Meadwell rather than me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I'm going to submit these, which have just several sections and a couple of the affidavits from Whitlock and Poplin, the real estate agents, and a couple photos. I'm going to give a copy to opposing counsel.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open up for public comment. I will remind you that you will be sworn in. You will give testimony. You will not be able to repeat the same thing over and over and over. If you feel like it's a devaluation of your land, or you feel like it's unsafe, and the next person that gets up and starts that, they will be stopped. So you cannot, you may get up and say that I agree with Mr. Jones or I agree with Mr. Smith about the property value going down or the unsafe nature, but you cannot get up and say the same thing over and over again. You will be called up as you signed up. Mr. Carter will call out your name, and once you reach the podium and you're sworn in, you will be given 3 minutes, which will be timed, to state your case and give your testimony. All right, this time, Mr. Carter.
Paul Rogers.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right. On the testimony you're about to give, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name.
My name is Paul Rogers. I'm a United States Navy veteran. I live on Sheffield Road across from the proposed Tactical Training Center. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am a disabled vet. I suffer from traumatic brain injury, TBI, that I received on active duty. I presently see a mental health doctor for anxiety as a result of my TBI. Due to the spring and summer tactical exercises involving high-powered rifles and grenades, my anxiety has increased. I can hear the rifle and grenades inside our house all day. My doctor has increased my medication for anxiety. She states that the planned tactical training center could destabilize my mood and worsen my anxiety. I have a letter from her if you need it. I'm a gun owner and support the Second Amendment. My mental health doctor does not usually insert herself into questions of policy, but it is important to advocate for my patient who is a 27-year resident of Davie County. She recommends that the county carefully consider the effects of this facility on all its citizens, but especially those struggling with mental health concerns. Because of these statements, I oppose the starting of the Tactical Training Center in Davie County. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Any cross-examination?
Anyone have a question? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm
No
just ready to
questions.
come.
Thank you.
Irma Jeffries, and I'm sorry if I pronounced something wrong with handwriting. I hope that's right, ma'am.
What's her name?
Irma Jeffries, I believe, is if that's correct. Miss Jeffries.
Yes, good evening.
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
Other way.
Other way. Your other left.
I'm sorry. I got
Yeah.
tissue.
No, you're fine.
Ms. Jeffries, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Somebody get it. Thank you.
Name.
Okay.
As I said again, good evening. I think Attorney Sanders has answered or attempted to get the answers to the majority of my questions. I was inquiring as to how close the church was to the site. I think he tried to get that answer, but we could not get it for some reason. But I do want to make a statement. I looked at the website today for this entity, and as I went over the website, I noticed that there was some misinformation, and this misinformation was a narrative that was put out to incite fear into the citizens. The information that Recall had on was Antifa is terrorizing the innocent. The FBI has concluded that this is false. So I don't know why they would have put that on their website. The next thing they had on there was violent protesters are in the street. With the protesters, and they are there, 93% of the protesters have been nonviolent.
Ms. Jeffries, could you please continue your comments as it pertains to this particular situation and not something that's happening out in the rest of the world?
But it's not.
We're,
This is on their website.
okay. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm just going by what's on their
Well,
website.
Okay.
Okay?
If you want to tell us what's on their website with your time, that's fine.
Okay. Won't go any farther since you seem to have an objection to that. But I was inquiring the difference between military-style training and regular training. We couldn't get an answer to that. Is there a difference is one thing I wanted to know. And when recall management says military training and the like, what does the alike mean? Because that's on their website. Is there something else? Is there training as in Blackwater training? Or is it just simple training for the public and the sheriff's department? Lastly, I encourage the citizens of Davie County to do their research. Is this something that they want in their county? Is it not unsafe for the citizens? We've shown that bullets don't have eyes and they travel. I know that it is a venture that will bring tax dollars into the county, but I moved here 2 years ago because this was a quiet, family-oriented town. I don't want my town to be changed in that way. I want it to be productive. I want it to have businesses. I want it to have an excellent tax revenue. But we have to be cautious about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. I do have a question for you.
Yes.
I know you've written your address down, but I don't, how close do you live in, to the range? What is your address?
And my address is 112 Holman Street.
Holden Street?
Holman.
Where is that?
That's off of Martin Luther King Drive, a road.
Here in Moss.
Here in Moxville? Okay.
It's on the western.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
I gave
Okay,
a little
thank you
extra.
for giving your time to me.
Jen Clay, have I got that right? Jean, yes, Jean Clay, and she lives at Sheffield Road.
Okay.
Sheffield Road.
Clear.
I'm
you're-
Jean Cleary.
Cleary?
Cleary.
We know who you are.
I know. I'm afraid of that.
Ms. Cleary, do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to give is a whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I'm Jean Cleary. My husband Bill and my mother reside at 1506 and 1535 Sheffield Road.
Pull the mic down, please.
Okay. Okay, better.
Better.
Our home is directly in front of the proposed shooting range and tactical training center. My mother is 93 years old now and suffers from dementia. Excuse me, this is personal, but we're trying to keep her at home, at the home that she and Dad lived at for 69 years on family land in the Sheffield community that they love. We are opposed to the proposed building site based on our personal fears for our safety. Bill and I have been living there for 55 years, and along with my cousins, we own 50 acres that's either in sight or sound of the proposed site. The Cleary family is only one of the many multi-generational families that have been good stewards for this prime agricultural land, which has been passed down to the next generation. That's why the land's not sold on the Sheffield Road. So many families own it, and we keep it or we give it to our family. This land is still being harvested today with soybeans and hay fields as the days of cotton and tobacco are history. We are Second Amendment supporters, but more important are our homeowners' rights, that we can continue to live and enjoy the freedoms of country living, to walk out our doors, mow our yard, enjoy outdoor barbecues, and even have a conversation without the fear of a stray bullet or to live with the noise 6 to 7 days a week. If approved, we feel these rights will be taken away and the life in the Sheffield community will never be the same. We ask you to put yourselves in our shoes or boots, whichever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cleary. Anyone have a question of Ms. Cleary? Thank you very much.
Mitch Massencup from Bear Creek Church Road. Mason Cup, I'm sorry, Mason Cup.
Mr. Mason Cup, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is a whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Ladies and gentlemen, the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you on behalf of my family and some of my neighbors in the Sheffield community. Been here 19 years, grew up in Winston-Salem in the Tobacco area. Firmly support the Second Amendment rights of Americans. I firmly support our military veterans, and Mr. Pete, I'll tell you right now, here today, sincerely and respectfully, thank you and your colleagues for your service to our community. I never go to a restaurant, and anyone that knows me will tell you, I'll walk out, pat them on the back, and possibly buy them a meal. I retired from the Winston-Salem Police Department with 30 years of service, 2014. 15 of those years, I was a tactical officer. I have over 3,000 hours tactical training, over 5,200 hours of total law enforcement training. And I will tell you a factual piece of information, and it's public record. Winston-Salem Police Department had our own range in the city of Clemens, or in the community of Clemens, for 30 years. We shot there, and this was a range exclusively for sworn law enforcement personnel and recruits. We did not rent it. We did not allow novice shooters, and it was not a club, so to speak. In 2003 and 2004, we had to close that range because we had Browns leaving that range with sworn law enforcement trained officers. Community was built 1,500 feet behind us. We had pistol rounds leaving the range. The city of Winston-Salem chose to close that range not because it was the right thing to do, because it was the safest thing to do, and it was harmonious in that community, and we wanted to be good stewards. I will tell you today, as my last assignment with the Winston-Salem Police Department SWAT team, which with 2 entry elements, a marksman observer element, crisis negotiation team, and the EOD group, we had over 40 members. And I can tell you today what a day on the range is for a tactical team. Numerous handgun rounds with combat pistol courses, 9mm, 40 caliber. We shot our 223 entry weapons. Sniper rifles, we shot 308s. Some departments are using 338 Lapuas and some use 50 calibers. When I was on the range, I didn't worry about the bullets that hit the target because I knew the berms would hold. I worried about the bullets that went over the berms. We saw that firsthand. So I will tell you in closing that you folks, I pray upon this board when you make your decision whether to issue this permit, and I'm not here to disparage anyone's character, make it with the safety of the community and the continuous harmonious lifestyle that we're used to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have a question? Thank you, Mr. Mason Cover.
Kim Crawford, Georgia Road.
Ms. Crawford, the testimony you're about to give, do you solemnly swear it's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I would also like to start by thanking any law enforcement or retired service for their service, retired service personnel. I'm also for the Second Amendment. We've heard some testimony from both sides on calibers and range of calibers. We have a site map here that shows farms, residents, churches, William R. Davie School, community buildings, and the radius on that site map is a little over 2 miles. I have an article here that I have copies for everybody from the NRA on gun safety and ammo ranges. And as Mr. White, I believe, was going through the different calibers that he spoke to, I followed along with the chart that the NRA provided, and they are comparable to his testimony. So I'd like to give that for everybody. The handwriting on here, I just converted, that's my handwriting, and I converted the yards to miles. So if you all would like to have one of these, I hope that you would use that as you look at the site map to see that there is a lot of life within that 2 to 3 mile radius and how far those ranges are for the ammunition. I will say that William R. Davie is within that 2 to 3 mile radius, and speaking to force of impact, I think that's probably irrelevant if bullets are landing on the playground at William R. Davie. Talking to some conditions and specifications for Ordinance 155177, Mr. Peavy said that he does not have a current FFL. He offers with the selling of his memberships, he offers transfer of guns, and that does require a current FFL. So I'm curious how he's going to transfer those guns that are offered with that membership if he does not have a current FFL. Holding an FFL, there is a responsible party on that, so I'm just asking that question. Mr. Sanders already asked about the ABC permit. That was another thing that is offered with memberships. Mr. True spoke to the EPA best management practices at outdoor ranges, and there was discussion from everybody, questions about the first, second, and third steps. I ask you to take a look at step 4. It is also important, and that speaks to documenting activities and daily record keeping.
Okay, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything? Dale Blackwelder, Blackwelder Road.
Mr. Blackwelder, the testimony you're about to give, do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
No, in a minute, is it okay to tell these people to come on over here that they're on sugar? Good, okay.
Okay, my name is Dale Blackwelder, and my brother and I, Doug, operate Blackwelder Dairy Farms. We're on Wagner Road at 349. We are the last certified grade A dairy left in Davie County. At one time, there was 101. We've been in business for 60 years now. So this is all we know. This is what we've done. We're currently milking 110 cows and got another 150 heifer replacements. We're located 2.1 miles from the proposed tactical range. I contacted Nancy Keith, and I have letters saying she is the county extension agent and the chief person for Iredell County. A few years ago, she was the Davie County dairy specialist, and I told her I needed some information on NOAA's levels for dairy cows and for beef cows. And anyway, she sent me the info, and I got it here. And so I went to dairyglobal.net, and in their finding is where they done a study on noise control on cattle, for the feed intake, this was not only for dairy but also for beef, but for feed intake, for reproduction, and for dairy as far as milk production. Anything over 110 decimals would deteriorate or drop the milk production. And as you know, if milk production is down, it's less than I will ship, which means less money. And during this time of COVID, that's a very important thing, because we've been struggling since February when all this mess hit. But anyway, we'll have less to pay the bills and to pay payroll. And that wouldn't leave nothing but to go back down to 0 dairies left in Davie County. Don't want to see that. So thank you for y'all's time.
I live on the first grade A dairy in Davie County.
You may leave these papers.
It's up to you. The board will keep them if you don't want them, but you won't get them back.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jody Blackwelder from Sheffield Road.
What was his?
Mr. Blackwelder.
Another Mr. Blackwelder.
Bunch
Do you
of us
so-
out there, yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I sure do.
Thank you.
So, I'm Jody Blackwelder. I own a business called G7 Life Media. What we are is a company that companies hire to do marketing, that type of stuff. And anytime they hire us, first thing we do is look at their competitors, see what they're offering, see what they're doing, see, you know, if what they're planning in the future, that type of thing. And I'll be very brief. Whenever I was researching recoil management, you know, the intent that they place online is extremely different than the intent that they have in a permit, except for on two different documents. One is their limited liability annual report, which uses the word tactical training, so if you was wondering. The other is on the report to you, which uses the word specialized law enforcement training, specialized military training. And then the one that actually just, you know, shook me up when I seen it, because I don't want it in our community at all, especially a half a mile, or I meant a quarter of a mile. If I place this here, will y'all be able to see this?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I don't know. Try it and see.
See what happens? Any kind of screens on?
No.
There
There
you
it
go.
is.
It's on.
There it
Put
is.
it back.
Okay. So, that's places where people, all right, so this is their business profile. Sorry. This is their business profile. That is on LinkedIn, which is one of the main websites if you're going to host a business, which I don't know, most of you know about. And it says, coming soon to North Carolina Triad, which is my backyard, state-of-the-art training facility, not a gun range. Just notice this when I hand this over. And if you go down a little ways, it says one of the things that they'll be training at this gun range is a shooting, sniper, DDM, driving on and off-road tactical machine, which means machine gun. So when you go and vote for this, realize what you're voting for is what's on this paper, because these types of businesses don't invest millions of dollars in building a facility to let me and my daughter go out and pay $50 to shoot. So I'll end this over to y'all. I hope y'all make the right decision for our community and the county. Thank y'all so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anita Allen from Georgia Road.
Ms. Allen, the testimony you're about to give, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Before I begin,
You need to pull the microphone down where we,
Okay, is that better?
yes, ma'am.
Before I begin, I want to reference the map over here. Several people are using it for their speeches. I did this map to sort of demonstrate, do a graphic display of the area and the population around the RMA facility. There are 138 residences within a mile radius. I think that is an important thing we want to submit. I live at 124 Georgia Road, and I've lived there for over 15 years. It's adjacent to the RMA's proposed facility. I also have worked as a mental health professional for 45 years, 20 of those years as a licensed mental health therapist. I've worked with all age groups, and always my work includes identifying and assessing the stress in people's lives. The research on this point is incredibly clear. Chronic and persistent stress both creates and worsens many health and mental health conditions. Stress negatively impacts both daily functioning and an individual's sense of well-being in ways you cannot even imagine unless you have lived it or seen it. Tonight I'm here to talk about how the stress associated with the RMA facility may impact persons in our community. How many of the persons here, have been advised by your medical or mental health provider that reducing the stress in your life would help reduce whatever health or mental health problem that you may be experiencing? Well, that's because chronic stress triggers our bodies to be flooded with stress hormones such as adrenaline and cortisol, and there again, negatively impacts both health and mental health conditions. We know also that people who suffer from PTSD or have experienced trauma, such as active combat, abuse, domestic violence, witness violent behavior, or any other circumstance in their lives in which they felt helpless or vulnerable, become hyper alert and experience a myriad of reactive behaviors in response to sudden loud noises. While the precise noise-related impact on individuals depends on a variety of factors, there's little dispute that guns and explosives are loud. The noise coming from RMA at times has been compared to a war zone, which in essence, it has been. Bottom line, the RMA Tactical Training Facility represents not just a threat to the sanctity of our rural agricultural community, it is a threat to our physical and emotional well-being, if not an outright threat to our lives. These are my concerns, and that is why I'm here this evening. Thank you for listening.
I believe it's David Montalone, Smoot Farm Lane.
He had to leave because he has chronic back pain.
Okay, I'll mark that off, thank you. Charles, am I pronouncing this right? Baker? Huh? Baker, okay. Charles Baker with Sheffield Community Covenant Church.
This should be an easy one. Mr. Baker, do you most solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
And I will talk as fast as I can. I've got a lot I'd like to say. My name is Charles Baker, and I'm a board member, one of the founding members of the Covenant Community Church. We're located at 1446, and we're that property that juts into this proposed range. It borders our property on three sides. Let me state, we're not opposed to the Second Amendment. We're not opposed to gun. We're not opposed to training. But what your job is about location, and we are definitely opposed to location. The safety issue has come up and I think been covered very well, and I can just say amen as a churchman to the safety issue. Shots are going to lose the range. They're going to miss the range. We don't know how many, we don't know how often, but we know it will happen. The noise and disruption of our services. I was interested when I heard that the range would not operate on Sunday, as if that were the only day that churches operate. A church is a 7-day-a-week facility. You have all kinds of meetings. In the summertime, kids come sometimes for vacation Bible schools and whatever and stay for a week. We have funerals that wouldn't be planned for. There are weddings. And nobody's going to coordinate the activities of a range like this with our needs for that. It's not going to happen. There was a mention of an agreement with our church. An agreement requires two people. I think you'll find that there was a signature from Mr. Peavy or one of his people. Our pastor got that letter, but he did not sign it. I talked to him Sunday night. And as a board member, I would know it if there was business transacted. And he said, I did not sign the letter. I didn't send it back. I've got his letter, I've got his return thing with the overnight stamp on it. Be glad to give it back to him. He could use it for somebody else. But he didn't sign that letter. That's not an agreement. The noise and disruption. Our property line is 325 feet from the proposed helicopter pad. Now, that may be said tonight to be an emergency thing. It was on the letter that was sent to the sheriff's departments. Just, we furnish a helicopter pad. I go by the permit, not by what anybody says. Our biggest concern is the destruction of the community. We're a part of the community. We care about things outside of our walls. You could drive through the Sheffield community and words like peaceful, serene, calm, family-friendly, rural atmosphere. Those words might come to mind. They wouldn't if this were there.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your input.
Reba McInnes from Sheffield Road. Miss McInnes, yeah, I think coming from the back. Is that right? Yeah, I think so.
Ms. McGinnis, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm Reba McGinnis. I live on Sheffield Road in a Century Family Farm. Our farm's been in the family for over 200 years. I've been there over 30. And I'm having a lapse here real quick. I'm not going to talk about the history of the Century Farms because that's hearsay and that's history. There are 24 farms in Davie County. But of those, so many of them are used for agritourism. And agritourism is something that needs to be addressed for the future generations so they don't forget where their food sources are coming from. Because a lot of them don't think of your food. They go, my goodness, we'll just go to Walmart or go to Food Line or Amazon Prime. And they never know where their food source is. So the agritourism, even though it is a small part of our community, it has to be done properly. And noise in the background with a child is not very good if you're trying to train them on what a plant looks like and how it grows or where their cow comes from. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Todd Means from Claude Ratledge Road, is that right? Mears. I'm sorry, Mears. Mears, M-E-A-R-S. Todd, okay.
Mr. Mears, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, good evening, and again, my name is Todd Mears. I live on Claude Ratledge Road with my wife and 3 kids. I've owned and run Mears Construction for 20 years in Moxville. We purchased our land 5 years ago. We have personally built the barn we live in on weekends for 2 years. We also homeschool our 3 kids, taking nature walks, raising animals, and spending a good part of their school day outside. We've already started prepping our house site, plan to start building this winter. In light of RMA's proposal, our building project is on hold. The most important thing 20 years of self-employment has taught me is to watch every dollar I spend. When I look at the proposed RMA site, I see a very large investment. Large investments need lots of customers to pay for them. I can only imagine how many thousands of rounds will need to be fired to pay for this facility. Even after seeing all the info from RMA and reading a 125-page report on my own on the environmental management of small arms firing ranges, no one here can 100% assure me this won't lead to noise pollution, groundwater pollution, air quality issues with all the known heavy metals and weaponry. And there is more than just lead that is in bullets. My only guarantee is not to invest more money in this area. I choose to live in the country because it's therapy for me and my family with our hectic life being self-employed. If I don't live here, there's no reason for my business to be here. 95% of my work is outside the county. We employ 17 people who all live in Davie County. Many of them are multi-generational families. We are truly a family-run business. We bring a lot of money back to the county and try to spend as much with local business as possible. For 20 years, we have paid a lot of taxes, both personally and for our business. We own 4 rental properties and our commercial property and our residents. We have a history of supporting local business and giving back to the community through charities and good work for 20 years. This facility is not in harmony with the life we built in Davie County. If our dreams are sacrificed and destroyed by the approval of the RMA facility, we will have no choice but to make hard decisions about relocating outside the county for my family, my business, and the livelihood of our employees.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any
Thank you.
questions?
No.
Do you guys want this for evidence on the facts I found?
It's up to you.
I think you should have it because it's worth reading. It took me about 2 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gwen Roy, Georgia Road. Gwen, yeah, yes, ma'am. Did I pronounce that right? Roy? Roy A, okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Roy A., do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
My name is Gwen Royer, and I've lived 24 years on Georgia Road. My property is right across the street from the proposed tactical training facility. 24 years in Sheffield, that makes me a newbie. I have found the people of Sheffield to have strong opinions that they hold close, and they speak with muted voices, but not today. Today, their voices are heard, and that message is that our rural and agricultural living is worth preserving. This is supported by voices of the past and also throughout all of the Davie County development plans. I have a PowerPoint I'd like to play in order to support that statement. I can figure this out.
Give her an extra little bit. You're going to run out of time before you get started.
We don't make the rules, we just have. We're supposed to be seeing it. Okay. I have to come back to her. She's gonna be out of time in just a second. Oh.
It's a minute and 42 seconds.
Yeah, I guess she. You're the chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Sanders, did you sign, Counselor Sanders, did you sign this document?
I signed, yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll just mark you off, okay. Nathan Weymouth from Jack Boo Road. I think it's Weymouth. Weymouth.
Is it pronounced Weymouth or Weymouth?
Weymouth.
Mr. Weymouth, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Proceed.
I'll pull up a couple notes. I'm 100% in support of what Mr. Peavy's doing. I have no relationship to him whatsoever. I met him this
Could you get
evening,
the
actually.
microphone a little closer, please?
Yes, sir. I've inquired numerous things. He's always been very straightforward and direct. And after seeing everything in his presentation, I mean, he went top to bottom, going through safety, through limiting the environmental impact. You really couldn't ask for anything more than that. There's a lot. His entire plan. It's an educational facility. It's to educate people in safety. So there's a lot of concern in the community about whether or not it's safe. That's the whole concept. That's the cornerstone of his business here. But there's a lot of aspects to safety. When they offer a course for say women's safety, women's handling of firearms or whatnot. That's training the women in our community, our wives, our daughters, to go out and be able to handle themselves safely and avoid situations that can be detrimental to them. But they may not be part of the prey, but they could see another woman that's in a bad situation through the training that he'd offer them. So different aspects of safety. When he had mentioned earlier, he was talking about with his confined building, having some SWAT team training. Those men are receiving training to enhance their skills, which makes it safer for them every time they have to go serve a high-value warrant. They have loved ones they want to get home to. On top of that, I'm using a fictitious number here. Say there's 12. It could be 6 SWAT, 12, whatever it is that show up there. It creates a safe environment in our community because those members are going to be commuting back and forth to his facility for either that day or if it's multiple days. So you'll have 12, say, SWAT members all heading off in different directions home, keeping an eye on our community even though they're off the clock, but they're still, it's creating a very blue community where police officers, military, whatever it is that comes in here and seeks an academic honing of their skills. The revenue that it brings in, some people, they're worried about it, excuse me, but it costing money. I don't think it really will affect it that much, but you look at the revenue that it brings in for the community as a whole, they're gonna be spending money if he has people coming in from out of town at all our hotels, our restaurants, our regular grocery stores. Instead of hotels, and it gives the opportunity for people in the community, if they want to open an Airbnb, they can generate some income from that off of Mr. P's investment. Giving back to say the youth, we have these shooting teams at our schools. I'm sure Mr. Peavy is going to devote some time assisting these youths in our community, honing their skills, having his trainers work with them, teach them breathing techniques, finger pull, whatnot. So it's helping our children, it's helping the females of our community, it's generating a revenue that's coming in, it's creating that safer environment for all of us. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
I've got a question, please.
Yes. Sorry.
How far do you live from the site?
I believe I looked 3.8 miles or
Jack Boo.
4.2 miles as the crow flies.
Yeah.
317 Jack Boo Road. Jack Boo.
Thank you.
I believe is it Andrew from Hellery Circle? And I'm sorry, I don't know your last name. Tripp? true, okay.
I actually have nothing to add. When we came in, they told us they were speaking.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir, I got you. Yeah, okay. John White, same thing, gotcha. Luke Phelps, from Flat Mountain Trail Harmony. Luke? Oh, okay. From Flat Mountain Trail in Harmony.
Mr. Phelps, the testimony you're about to give, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And I'll try to use that projector in just a moment if you can get it up.
You only have 3 minutes.
I understand.
Thank you.
So I'm a mechanical engineer by education. Went to the same institution as Mr. Thornton. They conducted the sound survey, got BS in mechanical engineering. I also, as part of my professional duties, work on hearing conservation for my employees. So I've got some concerns after reviewing the report that was submitted in the application. First is the weapons tested were mentioned and named in the report, but supporting data was not produced in the report for evaluation or verification. There was mention that the model was highly predictable. There was mention that the model was highly predictable, but there was an 8 to 14 decibel noise reduction mentioned. And as will be seen in my full report that I'll submit, the 8 to 14 decibel, that 6 dB change is the equivalent of doubling your distance from the sound source. Most importantly, the resultant dB level at various locations of the site surrounding the properties were not produced. It was only mentioned that it was in compliance with the NRA guidelines, but there was no data produced so that we could understand and the board could understand what the impact is to our surrounding community. So now, in the interest of time, I'll put this up. I apologize if we're a little bit out of focus, but what I tried to do here is put some layman objects on this graphic. On the x-axis, you'll see the distance from the sound origin in miles. On the y-axis, you'll see the decibel reading. And then the horizontal lines, 90 dB being the NRA limit, the equivalent of a lawnmower. 80 dB is garbage disposal inside your home. 70 dB washing machine, and 60 dB being a normal conversation. As you can tell by the x-axis, we're getting out multiple miles from the site with conversation level noise disturbance. So when we're talking about harmony in the community, I felt like this graphic and the sound levels was important to share with the board so that folks could understand. My conclusion upon this is that the surrounding community would have their peace and harmony disrupted by the noise levels from the proposed facility. The graphics shown in the full report even show with the berming in place, and I took their word for it that they'd get the 14 dB or the 6 dB with the additional sound proofing that they would take place. But they are borderline, if not over, the NRA limits at some of the bordering properties.
Thank you very much, sir.
Lorna Doviak, Duke Whitaker Road.
Is it pronounced Doviak?
Doviak.
Doviak. Ms. Doviak, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll pull the microphone down where we all can hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my name is Lorna Doviak. My husband Nick and I live with our 3 young children, all under the age of 4, on Duke Whitaker Road, where our 12 acres lays adjacent to Mr. Peavy's property. We chose Davie County because of the rural, close-knit community. Our realtor, who was actually from Rowan County, advised us that Davie would be ideal for raising a family. My parents also chose to relocate to Davie. After moving to Duke Whitaker Road, we made sure to take the time to introduce ourselves to our fellow neighbors, and we didn't know how important the Sheffield community was. They have proven to be supportive and always look out for our young family. Nick and I started to make our 12 acres family-friendly with our 2 horses, swimming pool, and outdoor living spaces. We have taken numerous hours to hand clear the horse trails where we used to enjoy horseback riding, picnics in our woods, and catching critters with our children in Bear Creek. Our peaceful way of living for the last 6 years stopped abruptly in the fall of 2019 when our neighbor, Mr. Ronnie Royal, came over asking if we were target shooting because he mentioned that his tenant's home had been hit numerous times by stray bullets. In a moment, maybe you guys can also speak with Mr. Ronnie Royal. I don't know if he signed up to speak. I'd like to tell you about our family's experience with stray bullets. Although I was working on Friday, March 27th, I learned that an excessive amount of gunfire was heard at Peavy's property, and a video was made capturing the gunfire. On my day off, I walked our property with my family looking for any evidence where a bullet may have struck a tree. To our surprise, we did happen to find several areas where bullets had struck trees, and we have videos, or pictures on that board. One bullet hole was at chest height and was in direct line with Mr. Peavy's burn, as you can see. I have a video on here as well. I made a call to the local sheriff's office to report evidence of stray bullets on our property and our concern for our family's safety. I walked our backwoods with Officer Flaherty, who took the field report. Officer Flaherty agreed that this was a fresh bullet hole that likely escaped from Mr. Peavy's berm, based on the direction of the shot. We were told we needed a subpoena to get the field report, but Mr. Sheriff Hartman said that he could get it for us. It is unacceptable and irresponsible for Mr. Peavy not to perform a risk assessment of surrounding neighbors before shots were fired. The shots fired from his property have now struck 2 neighboring properties. Mr. Peavy was aware of these reports because he was notified by these officers. You see, Mr. Peavy prides himself on being an expert shooting instructor with an emphasis on safety. Yet he has continued to show a total disregard for the safety of our family, or exhibit the skill needed to prevent stray bullets from leaving his property. And I find it ironic that Mr. Peavy does not know what lies behind his berms when he flies drones over the Sheffield community. And drone footage of Mr. Peavy's adjacent neighbors can be reviewed on his RMA Facebook site, where he can clearly see the details behind his berms, and yet he refuses to take proper safety precautions. Even after the police reports were made, RMA decided to advertise and hold a free firearms training day back in June.
I'm sorry, but you're out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom Davenport from Georgia Road.
Mr. Davenport, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir. Members of the board and those attending in this meeting, I want to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak this evening. Again, my name is Tom Davenport, and I live on Georgia Road in the Sheffield community. The proposed site of RMA is looking to develop is a half mile from my home. We heard that we should present the facts that pertain to this hearing. I hope to contribute facts about my specific area of expertise, and that is about my family and about my home on Georgia Road. Jenny, my wife, and I, 25 years ago, moved to Georgia Road, 20 years ago, from Winston-Salem. We moved out of Winston-Salem looking for a place to bring up our 4-year-old son, Paul David, to experience the adventures of country living, and we hoped to grow our family while there. We heard they had great schools, conservative values, and let me tell you, Davie County did not disappoint. When we got here, we were excited to be a part of the community, and our journey began. We also have, since then, a son, John Wiley, and Macy Ann. During this pandemic, has brought our family even closer together, more family activities and time together on Georgia Road. Over the past 6 months, I've had many hours to reflect on the effect that RMA's facility would have on our way of life, namely the noise level. Over the past 6 months, I've sat on our porch sharing a meal with my wife or gathered around the pool and working in the garden. The sound of sustained large gunfire roaring up our hollow. I can't imagine how our family could endure this size of large caliber weapons in a skeet range that could possibly produce 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, or 20,000 rounds per day. What will life be like for all the retirees in our area? How many of us will be, many of us will be amongst them soon? Our fears, our way of life will be ruined. I'm not talking about the sound of an occasional C-17 cargo plane or a fighter jet or a medevac helicopter maneuvering through our area, which over time, which everyone in our community are familiar with. They fly through and are gone in a minute. I'm not talking about the occasional Sheffield resident who targets, shoots their weapon, or works on their proficiency with their pistol. I'm talking about having to listen to anyone who is qualified and willing to pay for a membership that will come shoot long-range rifles and skeets from all over the region. They will come to our community and create a noise pollution that will drive back home to their quiet neighborhood. We are talking about sustained loud gunfire. This was Sheffield's new audio backdrop. I believe RMA services will create in our community ongoing noise pollution, and I'll conclude. This is a conversation that I had with my two sons, Paul David and John Wiley. Davie County recently has activated the Ignite Davie program to help bring higher education and training to Davie High School graduates. One of the published goals behind the program is to provide students with vocational training and advanced education so that our manufacturing base and other service areas can be helped with quality workforce. Our young people are being encouraged to remain in Davie and be productive contributors to our way of life. These young people need a place to live. If we want to encourage our young people to remain, in some cases move back to Davie County, we need to provide them a place that they can do so in peace. The same as Jenny and I moved to back 20 years ago. I've spoken with our two eldest sons, John, 22.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, but you're out of time. Thank you very much.
Jim Whitaker from Wandering Lane in Moxville. Mr. Whitaker.
Not here.
Anybody see Mr. Whitaker? Nick Gabetis from Van Zant Road. Yes, sir. Gabetis. Gabetis.
U's instead of I's. Sorry, y'all. It's a crazy Eastern European name.
Mr. Gabetis, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much for the time tonight. I appreciate it. My name's Nick Gabetis. I have a family. I have a 9-year-old son, live on Van Zant Road, a wife. We moved here 6 years ago to settle in and raise a family and put roots down here for as long as Davie County will keep us. I'm a certified NRA range safety officer. My son shoots in the 4-H shooting team on the Tom Cowden site often. He is also part of other youth shooting sports that are out there. I am a committee chair leader for the Trail Life Troop 942 in Winston-Salem. And we've built our house on just shy of 14 acres. 6 years ago, moved in about a little after that, after it was complete. So there's a lot of fear, a lot of what ifs, a lot of we don't know, and a lot of projections. I'd like to talk about and focus on the reality of what I have experienced. So in the reality of that is that on Van Zant Road, we are at the end of a range, a tactical range, that it starts on Godby Road. That is the Paladin Range. You can look it up on Google Maps. The Paladin Range was approved by Davie County about 4 years ago. So that range has been in business with numerous sheriff's departments doing tactical training. They will shoot throughout a couple times during the year into the dark of night, into midnight. I myself even called the sheriff's department to say, hey, can we stop the shooting? But the reality of that is we are at the end of this range. Is there a big Vertex fan at the end of it? No. Was it built to be safe? Yes. It was brought in front of the Davie County leadership to meet certain safety requirements, and it has been just that. It has been safe for all the family, again, that are on at the receiving end of that direction of that fire, which is Van Zandt Road. We should be having shells land in our yard and pets being taken down. They should be also going further down that road. This extends all not only the direction that should be impacting all these different families and be at risk of the area. There hasn't been a single report that I can know of. There hasn't been one single injury. There hasn't been a complaint about noise along the whole way. People all the way up to Georgia Road should hear this range. People up to Callahan Road should be able to hear this range. I've never heard a single complaint. I was leery about RMA in the beginning myself. I go, why do we need to be here? Why do we need another range? I sat down with Mr. Peavy and had the first wonderful understanding of the thought and detail he put into that. So what I have experienced with the Paladin Range has been positive, and it's positive for the community. What's around Paladin Range? There's a horse farm that does horse training. There are cow farms all the way around Godby Road and 64 that surround this range. Have they been impacted? They're still there. They're still business. Last thing, property values. Property values should be just plummeting as we're right next to this range. They should just be cratering. They aren't. Our property taxes have held steady. That should be the one barometer of how, if that's impact on property values. We should be getting lower property taxes. They've only increased. One of the other things to talk about appraisals, I'm interested in buying one of the other neighboring houses on Van Zandt Road. I did an appraisal on that house. That house only went up in value by tens of thousands of dollars over the years. So to say that property values are going to crater, I haven't seen it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Timothy G. and Timothy R. Baker, do y'all just want to come up together? Is this father and son? No. Okay, if y'all want to just come together, that's fine. Is that all right with you, Chairman?
No.
Yes, at least they'll be here for us.
This is my grandfather. We all lived together. I think you forgot to sign up.
I don't know. How do you feel about that? I can't speak.
I guess if you want us, we can just.
And they're from Royal Lane.
Yes,
And
sir.
your name?
Timothy G. Baker.
Mr. Timothy Baker, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Are you going to speak, and then they're going to speak, and then they're going to?
I'm thinking, because I know he's got a different slot. The only thing I'd like to say is I've lived on Royal Lane since I was born. I'm not even, I'd say, a mile away from it. One thing I've noticed through this whole ordeal, I've heard conversations about noise. I've heard conversations mainly just about noise. The thing is, nobody's talking about taste. I don't know about anybody else, but if I shoot a muzzleloader or I shoot a shotgun, if you've got a low fog, you can walk out and taste it. Now, if there's thousands of rounds going through and us being that close, I'm pretty sure you're going to end up tasting smoke, even if it's just subtle. You get up in the morning, you go out, you want to breathe some fresh air. Just a little whiff of smoke is going to deter your whole day. I've lived on that land since I was born, and I plan to die on that land. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Ronnie Royal, 389 Duke Whitaker Road, Moxley.
Mr. Royal,
I am the one that had.
raise your right hand, please. I have to swear you in.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Royal, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, and the last time I said that, I was married for 47 years.
We won't keep you that
I'm the
long.
one that owned the mobile home that got struck by the bullet. I mowed the yard over there that day, and I stopped and cut the mower off. And the lady that rented the mobile home, she was sitting on the step part, and I heard a gunshot. And then I heard something hit the trailer. And sat there for a little while. She said, "You hear?" I said, "Yeah." Heard two more gunshots coming from the direction of the, where the setting the facility at. And heard the shots go out through the woods. And I said, "Well, get in the house. I'll go over and talk to him. I know where he's at." Went over and told him, I said, "There's a house back there and the bullets have hit it." He said, "I promise you, no more shooting will be done until the berm is built higher where they won't hit it." And I said, "I appreciate that." Well, I reported to Davie County Sheriff's Department. And I told him, I said, "I didn't think a 22 would go that far." He said, "I wasn't shooting a 22, I was shooting a 9mm. Ballistics came out and checked it. It was a 9mm bullet that actually hit the trailer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And what was your name, sir? What was his name?
Ronnie Royal.
Okay, I got you, I'm sorry.
Your name, sir?
Tim Baker.
Tim Baker. Mr. Baker, you solemnly swear to tell that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I've lived on Duke Whitaker Road, off of Duke Whitaker Road, actually on Royal Lane, for almost 32 years now. My wife and I were married and moved there in '89, and we're used to the quiet country. One thing I want to say is I'm for the Second Amendment, but I am not for this facility, and we live less than a half a mile from the facility, and it's just rapid fire, and I only know what it's going to be when it actually gets started and up and running. And I plan the same way as my son, is to live there the rest of our life, and we're used to the quiet country living, and that's the way that we want it to be. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul Imes from Westwood Drive in Morganton. Let's see, Mr. Imes.
Mr. Imes, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
My name's Paul Ives, and along with my brother Dale, we own the 83 acres located on 361 John Imes Road. So although we don't live there, and the property is vacant, one of our neighbors is using part of the land, but we are adjoining the proposed site. And so I just wanted to come here and be on record in supporting the opposition to this project, like the other members of the community. I firmly believe, even though I'm not there, that a community should be a community, and everything that goes on in the community should be harmonious, and there should not be things that make the community disruptive. And at some point in time, my brother and I will put up the property for sale, and haven't seen the information on property values and things like that, so I'm not qualified to get into that. But common sense will tell me, though, that whenever that time comes to sell that property, there's going to be less people interested in buying a property that's located beside a facility that has noise and shooting all 6 days a week than there will be people who are interested in living out there in peace and quiet. So that's really all I have. And again, I'm not an expert in any of these things. Don't live in the county anymore. But one thing I am is I'm from Sheffield. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imes.
Andrew Johnson from Van Zant Road.
Mr. Johnson, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
I also live on Van Zant Road. I'm actually a transplant. I'm from Alexander County, but my wife and her family has lived in this area for many generations. Just like Mr. Gibitis mentioned, we are at the end of another approved range. We do hear the gunfire. In fact, we hear it all the way up until 11 o'clock at night. I can tell you that we also own many animals and pets, and none of them are affected. I know that the neighboring property has cattle. None of them are affected. I am a gun advocate. I am also of the mind that if you are 2A and you believe in our constitutional right that it shall not be infringed, that you are infringing this man's right if you vote no. I also believe it is your higher exercise of said right to proceed in pursuing this type of education. I see it as an asset to the community. I see it as an asset to the law enforcement. Historically, when you build a business, you improve the property value of said business location. I do realize that there are neighboring houses, and I do realize that there are neighboring lifestyles that we have become accustomed to. But in this country, we are somewhat progressive, and we do allow others to pursue their livelihood and their lifestyles, and also their happiness. I understand that there's a lot of data that's been thrown at you, but let me throw you 3 calibers that are not restricted by hunters and are used at any one time during a hunting season. The 30-06, the 30-30, and the 7mm, which we talked about. At 500 yards, the 30-06 drops approximately 4 feet. At 1,000 yards, it drops an astounding 33 feet. At 30-30 caliber, at 500 yards, drops 9 feet. At 1,000 yards, it drops 87 feet. The 7mm mag, now these are relevant to particular ballistics and different grains and different powder charges, but as a whole, you can see what I'm getting at. The 7mm mag at 500 yards drops 2.5 feet. At 1,000 yards, it drops 19.8 feet. Now, in reference to the range, we're talking about 400 meters. 1,000 yards is a half mile. We do know we have houses that are located within miles, not half miles, of this property. I do believe that certain measures are being taken by Mr. Peavy, and I do believe that there are things outside of us that are beyond our control. But I also believe that this particular piece of data, that gross mistakes and gross oversights have to be made to be threatening our neighbors on a consistent basis. I have hunters who hunt on my land who I do not know, who I do not speak to, and do not know what direction they point their rifles. Every season they come onto the property because they lease the land, and I am more uncomfortable with those hunters than I am with a professionally run shooting training facility.
Thank you very much, sir.
Corey Elder from Sheffield Road. Corey Elder. Terry Bergeron, and I'm sorry, Mr. Bergeron. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where do you, your address? I couldn't read this.
I'm in Cornelius, sir, down toward the city.
Okay, city of Cornelius.
That's
okay.
correct.
Mr. Bergeron, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Proceed.
Sir, I served this country for 12 years, United States Marine. I served another 15 of those years with Kirk on high threat training, environments overseas, protecting our dignitaries, as well as from our president all the way down to some of our VIPs that travel overseas. We've also done the same thing here in the United States. This isn't a business platform. This isn't about making money for Kirk. This is about giving back. Him and I have been getting shot at our entire adult lives. We've been carrying guns for 25 years. There's not another man on this earth, and I can say that with all my heart, that won't go about this safely, smartly, and about the Sheffield community and the Davie community.
Please address you. Please do not address the office.
That's what we want to give back, because you're right, there are accidents that happen. There are people that don't know how to use firearms. That's training that people have to seek out and have to find. Why would you not want to go to a professional that's done it his entire life, that's going above and beyond to make sure it's safe and it's in place for this community, for their well-being? That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your service.
Benny Shaw from Parker Road. Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw. Ray Snow from Spry Lane in Moxville. Mr. Snow. Tony Parsons, Duke Whitaker Road.
Okay, thank you, sir. Said he don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
No, Miss Martinez from Country Line Road in Harmony.
County line.
Miss Martinez. Miss Martinez. Philip Shore from Little Egypt Road. Okay.
How many more you got? That's the last one.
And one more, actually, you can get me. Yeah, he's about the bottom.
Mr. Shore, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I just own land next to the Platten gun range. And it was voted on, approved by the Board of Adjustments, I think about 4 years ago. And the effects that I've had on that property is I've got approximately 78 to 80 acre tract of property within 400 foot of that shooting range. And the only reason I bought it was to hunt on. The year after they got approved for the gun range, before that, we would see, I'll hunt waterfowl. And before that, we would kill, me and my sons, we'd shoot probably 125 to 150 ducks a year. After that shooting range come in over there, we'd shoot 22 to 25 ducks a year. So the waterfowl left with the gun noise. But I heard the calibers and the ballistics and all, but I hadn't heard anybody say anything about the decibel levels of the firearms that are going to be used. So I know there's limitations on with the state and NRA and all, but I just caution you to the noise levels on the gun range. And is it, the only other question I've heard covered, I've heard walls, but I have not heard anybody say enclosed. And if the gun range on Paladin was enclosed, I wouldn't have a problem with it because they'd have to deal with their own noise. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
No.
Alex Sarwas from Jericho Church Road. Mr. Sarwas, S-A-R-W-A-S. Okay, we're done with that.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor or oppose to this request? Please state your name and address.
My name is Tracy Barnes, and I live at 822 Bailey's Chapel Road, Advance.
Ms. Barnes, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
So, first of all, I grew up in Sheffield until I got married. So my parents' property backs up to the Peaties. Sheffield is a very tight community. I know I grew up in it. And it really makes me wonder first how many people actually have came to the community and welcomed the Peaties to the community with it being such a tight community. Second of all, my daughter is on the 4-H shooting team. I grew up a hunter. I'm teaching her gun rights. There are many, many children that don't have parents that shoot or no gun rights. My husband, he was actually shot several years ago by a young kid, 16 years old. Luckily, he wasn't hurt. But it makes me wonder if that kid had the training that he needed, would the accident have happened? I'm 100% for it. I think it will bring great things to Davie County alone. I look at what it will bring into the county. And you know, Sheffield is a community, but it's still part of Davie County. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barnes. Is there anyone else? Your name and address, please.
Oh, these lights are bright on me. My name is Kathy Gaither. I live at 229 Duke Whittaker Road.
Sandy Gaither?
Kathy.
Kathy Gaither.
I'm not used to
Get, pull that down to you.
229 Duke Whittaker.
Yes, sir.
Pull that down toward your face.
Oh, those
There you
lights are unreal. Okay.
Now,
I can do this.
Ms. Gaither, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That's it. I will.
Please say what you have on your mind.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to speak.
Speak to the microphone. We can't hear you.
All right. I was not going to speak, but I have the feeling. I have heard so much tonight, and it's all been needed to be said, and what I need to say needs to be said too. One thing that's really heavy on my heart, and so many times I've heard, not just tonight, but along the way in the paper and different things here and there. Well, have you went to meet Mr. Peavy and his family? Well, no. But I remember when Chris Jordan, the man that owned the property for Mr. I need to hurry, Donna, because please don't tell me to stop. I need to hurry. I'm sorry. I know it's late and we're all tired. But my point being, no, I hadn't made a point to go meet Mr. Peavy because I felt like Mr. Peavy should have came to meet me. Maybe that shouldn't be that way. But Chris Jordan, the man that owned the property before him, he came, knocked on my parents' door. He wanted my parents to know what he was going to be doing in that, the left side of my driveway in my backyard. There's a few lines of trees.
We can't hear you.
And a few,
You have to speak to the microphone.
in my backyard, and a few lines of trees. Then there's the mounds of dirt, is where he's been firing. Mr. Peavy's been firing. When he was told not to even be firing, but that's okay. My point being about meeting Mr. Peavy, no, I thought Mr. Peavy should have knocked on my door and let me know who he was. I was used to that kind of person. Being Chris Jordan knocked on my mom and dad's door and let us know who he was. And then in our pasture right there, he was going to have black cattle, and he wanted us to know who he was, and he wanted us to know him. But my main point being, Mr. Peavy, even after he had been told he should not be even doing any shooting till this hearing was over, and there had been a decision made, he continued to do shooting. And I'm talking about, look, we in the Cherokee community, we're used to hearing gunshots during deer season especially, but I'm talking about a shot here and a shot there. I raised up with 3 boys. I love to go hunting. You know, I like doing some shooting too. Shot here and a shot there, shoot there. So, go squirrel hunting. That was years ago for me. I can't hardly walk now, but let's hunt. But on Thanksgiving morning, that was something men would do. We would go deer hunting. We would finish the Thanksgiving feast. But you would hear a shot here and a shot there. You didn't hear what I call a machine gun kind of.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaither.
We'll.
Your time.
He can't even take an order and not be shooting when he's been told not to shoot until this hearing is made a decision.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off, but your time has expired.
Disrupted my life severely.
Your time has expired.
But y'all
I'm sorry.
got my letters. So
Thank you very much for
I
your
thank you
comments.
for
We
listening
appreciate
to
it.
me. And the only reason this is concerned is the lights.
Thank you.
If I could use these lights, it would be
All right. Due to thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
Is there anyone else? All right, we're not going to have it, ma'am. You'll have to take a seat.
I'm hurrying.
You obviously are going to be the last speaker because no one else has signed up, and I've allowed several people to speak. So state your name and address for the record, please.
Gina Street Swisher, 966 Callahan Road, Moxville.
Thank you. Ms. Swisher?
The one thing that I
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Was it Swisher?
It's Street-Swisher.
Okay. Ms. Street-Swisher, do the testimony that you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, you may proceed.
Thank you. The one thing that I have not heard mentioned tonight is our Sheffield Callahan Community Center. It sits within no more than a half a mile of the PV's property. That has tennis courts that are utilized. It has an outdoor playground that children have birthday parties at. The community center also hosts family reunions, holiday gatherings, and fundraisers that benefit other people in the community. And so that is going to be compromised, and the safety of those small children who play on that playground. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Everyone that has signed up has spoken, and everyone that didn't sign up spoke.
Mr. Webb, let me do one thing before you,
Yes, sir.
before you move on to the next part. I'm just going to summarize the exhibits that were presented and entered during this part of our meeting. Exhibit number 1 was the notebook by Mr. Kirk Sanders. Exhibit 2 is the site map, which is down there on the easel. Exhibit 3 is the maximum range summary. Exhibit 4, I believe, was a LinkedIn printout. Exhibit 5 was the sound study review. Exhibit 6 was the sound projections. And Exhibit 7 was the collage of pictures of stray bullets. What's that? No, you cannot. No. Well, I promise you that we'll put it in with the record, but we're not
It's
going to spend a month
hearsay.
reading it. I'll add that as Exhibit A.
Anything else?
I'm done.
Okay. Due to the hour, we have been here for quite some time. I think we have heard a tremendous amount of testimony, both for and against this request. Due to the substantial amount of information and exhibits given to our attorney to this board that we have not had an opportunity to review, I would entertain a motion to postpone the rest of this meeting until another date. We have openings for the board on Tuesday and Wednesday, 9/22 or 9/23, or Tuesday or Wednesday, 9/29 or 9/30. Do I have a motion from any board member to continue this meeting until one of those dates?
I make a motion, we continue it till whichever, it don't matter what day. Just pick a date,
Next Tuesday?
be fine.
I've
Next
got a
Tuesday?
conflict Tuesday.
Are you talking night, day?
Or will it be a daytime meeting?
No, it'll be a night meeting, 6 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, how about Wednesday?
Wednesday, 23rd.
Wednesday the 23rd. Wednesday
Make
the
a
20
motion to go 9/23.
We have a motion on the floor to continue this meeting until 9/23 at 6 p.m. in this auditorium. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Liggins. All in favor of, yes, sir? Oh, I haven't closed the public hearing. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yes.
Yes, at this time, there is no more testimony to be given. We will close the public hearing, and when we come back and reconvene on next Tuesday, Wednesday night, there will be no more testimony given. We will make our decision and have it available at that time. Anything else from the attorney?
No, sir.
We have a motion and a second to continue this meeting until next Wednesday night at 6 p.m. in this facility. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Do I hear the motion
I
passed?
move we adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Liggins, all in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for your attention.
That's yours, Marty.
Yeah, that's
We need soft chairs, we're gonna have a 5-hour meeting.